create your user, please say this call to create your users before you go to work in the platform. Just go to the elearn.gilat.com and create your users, please. Okay, I will add all of you now in the
nomornya 00 dan 900 04 kali 09 04 kali terus 49 26
bisa ganti passwordnya nggak? Kamu bisa nggak ganti password? Bisa.
Saya mau forget dulu passwordnya, jadi ngirim dulu ke sana emailnya buat dihapus dulu.
Register saja.
Okay. Let's go to the course. Okay, at this moment I got laptop, hamster, okay, I printer, Sepul, Wildan, Dindin, Nur, Derma, Sela, Suraya, Delhi, and no one else. Did you do your registration process? From Teleglobal.
Yes.
Teleglobal. I got Anwar. Teleglobal. No.
I think we not yet enrolled by you.
No, but I saw your name some moments ago. Teleglobal.
We must accept us through the courses.
Global. I saw your name some moments ago. Telenet.
Yeah.
Telenet. Sorry. How do you? Are you there?
Yes.
What is your name? Please?
Ronald.
Ronald. Okay. Sebas. Ronald. Now. Ronald. Okay. Now. Ronald. Okay. Let's check. Seto. Okay. Seto. Passport. Okay. Side full. Like this?
Yes. And one.
Where's
One.
one? Like this? Okay. Who else? That's
all
for Teleglobal. Okay, who is still not registered? You?
Already waiting for approval.
Waiting for, maybe they are doing it immediately. Could you tell me your which
Area data.
time?
And why?
No, still not. Who else? Give me a second. Maybe you can send me an email. Could you send me an email with your specific email? Please send me an email so I can copy your name, last name, and your email. The email that you use. Please send me an email, okay, with your name. Actually, I will put it for you. Send me an email, name, last name, and the email, of course, that you are using for the registration. Okay. I will get your details and I will communicate with you. Okay, for the reading, you can access now to the course. And even worse, they do not take the exam. So we do not know if they are interest certified. Their courses sometimes ask about it. No? How was the result of the course? We do not know what to say. No? So yeah, tomorrow we will complete in the afternoon the feedback. Okay. Next day, for those who feel prepared in the afternoon, we will do the exam here. Okay. It's just 52 questions. It's to select. If you feel confident enough, besides, I will be here to assist you in case you have some doubts, need some help there. For the rest of the people, it will be open during 3 months, so you can take your time, study, prepare, and then try also. Okay? Well, for today, this is the. So now you also have the material, have the structure of the course, and also over the time, if you are taking, for instance, the advanced course, the sizing course, the installer's course, then you got the opportunity also to enter into your system and get access to the new documentation, updates, everything else. Okay? So that's the advantage of being registered with us. Okay? Also as your certification, that it will be online whenever you need it for your work. No? Okay? So this is the first thing that we need to solve today. Well, now we will talk about a process that it's in general what we will explain now is how to create visas into the NMS or into the system. How to add visas into the system. Okay? Basically, what you are doing here is to create a visa in 2 sites. First, you need to add a configuration into the NMS, and then you will go to the field, you create a visa, and then you put it online. If the visa's configuration match with the NMS configuration, then the visa will come online and it gets serviced. Simple. Okay? That's very simple. So you got 2 things to learn. First, how to add visas into the NMS, and on the other side, of course, how to configure the visas in the field. But it's pretty simple. Well, before to do that, we need to understand this process that is called the service activation. Okay, the flow, full flow. That it's basically create the VSAT into the NMS. That is the pre-provision. When we are pre-provisioning VSAT, that means that we are adding VSAT to the NMS, regardless that they exist or they are connected or not in the field, the other side, the remote side. Okay? CP installation. Go to the VSAT, enter into the configuration, align the antenna, and get the service. Connections here, and some concepts that are important are cluster, home carrier, local, authentication, triple layer procedure, authentication, authorization, accounting procedure, load balancing, and error audit. Those are procedures that they are part of the installation process that you need to understand, you need to know, okay, in order to see what is happening during the process installation, and also to understand what you're doing when you are dealing with the parameters, numbers, and so on. Okay, so service activation is the full procedure of creating the VSAT. Here they are optional. Load balancing, okay, it's load balancing is something that is present in networks that you are installing in a kind of automated way, okay. That is for internet access, for instance. Okay, let's say you got 3,000 users. All of them are you do not handle 3,000 installations, procedures. Instead of that, you simply give the kit to the customer and let's go to your house and align the antenna and be happy. Okay? So in this case, you need the user getting the exact instructions, putting four numbers only, 4 parameters only into the VSAT, get aligned, and that's it. If you got 3,000 or 6,000 VSATs, of course you cannot put necessarily all of them in the same network segment. So all of them, they will have to use different network segments, and therefore they will have to use different configurations. But in such case, you are not saying, okay, you will go in the number 1, you will go in the number 2, because it's crazy, right? Instead of that, all the VSATs, they will share the same configuration, the same initial configuration. So the idea is that all of them will enter to the same network segment. Let's say the network segment number 2. So the network segment 2 will be the home carrier. That's something that we will define as the home carrier, the entry point into the platform. So after this moment, the system will decide where to allocate the VSATs in order to distribute all the VSATs across the different network segments that we have. Okay? That's called load balancing. So the load balancing, it exists for the do-it-yourself installation, when you give the VSAT for the customer and put it as you wish the VSAT online. Okay? And of course, when you got the same managed group over the same group of network segments providing the same service. This is for internet, for ISPs. Okay, that they are doing this job. This is, something that you need to automate, something that you need to simplify. Okay, otherwise we are dealing with something that is called professional installation, where you send some technician, some engineer to go to the VSAT, change the parameters manually, establish exactly what is the network segment where you will allocate this VSAT, and also there is no load balancing or something like that working into the platform. Okay, it's not automated, it's not working on this way. It's a different approach. This is the load balancing procedure. That is something that is optional. Okay, RF audit, the RF audit procedure. For sure, you are familiar with this set of steps at the end of the installation, when you are measuring the cross port, the co-port, the isolation, getting the maximum S-load in order to commiserate the antenna. Right? Okay, this is pretty familiar for you. Alright? Okay. There are some circumstances we know that it takes a lot of time. Right? You put the antenna online, at that moment you call the node, or you communicate with the node somehow. Then they will tell you if you got or not cross port after some moments, right? You move a little bit the antenna, you receive the feedback, you do it again, and this process will take a lot of time, and this is installation by installation. That is really complicated. Okay? The RF audit, it's an add-on. It's an element that you can add to your hub that it allows you to automate all the procedure. It's so simply as you finish the installation, and if it is enabled and it's present into your platform, okay, the system will decide by itself, okay, this will be your slot to test the frequencies. We'll send the command for the continuous wave for the visa. It will send the continuous wave. You will see that into the other side, in the spectrum analyzer, you will compare cross-pole, co-pole isolation. You will send those parameters to the visa, so the installer will see into the screen of the computer in a way of bars, okay, the amount of those parameters. If the SNO is enough, if the cross-pole is good, if the co-pole is good, if the isolation is good, and after you pass all the thresholds that you previously defined, then the visa is accepted to operate. Okay, this is an automated procedure for the commission. There is no need to call anyone, to move anyone to the other side, or to check anyone with your, with your finger in the screen of the spectrum analyzer to tell the other person what's the difference, for instance, between the co-pole and cross-pole or something like that. Okay, the RFID is something that is completely automatic. Okay, but of course you need some extra hardware to do that, starting on the spectrum analyzer. No, for instance, some server that is doing that job, communicate with the visa and so on. So the RFID is something that is optional. Okay, you can take it in, or if not, you can do it by yourself. Right? In the traditional way, move the antenna, check the antenna, call the operator, and so on. So this is the full procedure to put a visa online. Graphic user interface, okay, that is on the web interface that I'm showing you during these days, or through the SOAP. The SOAP is an external element, the OSS, that will automate the creation and will send the command for the platform to create the visas as you wish. Okay? It can be either a human operator in front of the NMS client or a robot that is doing externally, basically, let's say, to create 10,000 visas in 2 minutes. That's all. That's so simple as that. Okay, you can do that. So you need a set of parameters, and those parameters they will match with the visa that you are installing on the field. No? Which kind of visa? If you remember, yesterday we started using that. No? If it's a Capricorn, a Gemini, a Scorpio, no? You select from the list which software version that it uses. That is the firmware of the terminal. The RF cluster, it's the beam where it will be located. If we got only one beam, no problem at all, will be the same. The profiles for quality of service, okay, that is the return, the forward. Terminal ID, it's like the name. Managed group ID, it's like the last name. The forward throughput license is the maximum that this visa can perform according to the license that we get from gilat. If it has a spectrum license, MAC address, no, how to authenticate the visa, and so on. So you need some parameters populated here, and then we are ready to install the visa on the field. In the other side, you prepare all the equipment, you connect everything, you energize it, and then you start the antenna pointing procedure. Then you go to the satellite, get the maximum, right? This is the general scheme of how you are doing that. Just remember, the last connection, the first connection that you perform is the ground connection. Okay, and this is the last thing that you will disconnect before to move everything on the field. You prepare all the setup and then you energize. Okay, and you are not moving the cables or anything when it's operating or energized, right? Okay, so something that you need to know. Going to the visa, there are two things that you need to put there. The location code and the RF cluster code. The location code, by its name, something that is kind of confusing. Some people think that it has to do something with the area that you are installing the visa, say like Indonesia, Jakarta, or Asia, or something similar. No, but it's not. It's something that is related to the scenario that you are facing for this installation. The cluster code is basically the visa's configuration stored previously inside the visa itself. So you can select from different setups what will be the chosen one for the installation that we are preparing there. Okay, so there are clusters. No, it's called a beam from the satellite. It's called also a network cluster because in this section you got several or a cluster pairs, several network segments. That's why as a beam it's called a RF cluster. Why? Because you got a cluster of network segments, several network segments. You select one network segment, the cluster table, which has this aspect. Okay, I will show this in some moments, and you will see. Conqueror table and the logo. The situation is very simple. And we also learn on the hard way when we prepare this. Okay? Just imagine something like this. You got one beam that is covering this territory. Okay? And inside you are defining 3 network segments. Okay? So this is called an RF cluster because it has several network segments. RF signals, RF carriers. Okay, this beam is the RF cluster. '91 or something like this. Okay? Associated with this, there is a table. That is called the RF cluster table. And this is a small file. And this file, it exists, and this is inside the visa. It's stored with the echo. Okay, it's stored with the visa all the time. Okay, and it's created the moment when we produce the visa. Okay, it's getting out of the fabric with this RF cluster according to the customer who received this visa. Okay, so it's particular. Or during the operation, of course, we can change the content. Okay, change. But in general, it's produced and it receives parameters that the customer will provide to gilat in order to be deployed immediately. So what is the RF cluster table? So the RF cluster, as any table, it has an entry point that is an index. This index is called the RF cluster code. Okay? So the row 1 is the RF cluster 91, the second line is 98 or something like that. It's a code. Okay? And what's the meaning of this code? This code is giving you access to a full table, to a full set of parameters of a certain configuration for a visa. Saying that just let's imagine something like this, okay? just imagine this. We got only these three parameters. So we know that the minimum that we have to put into the visa configuration to get the visa, at least to get the visa getting locked into the forward. It's the forward central frequency, right, where the carrier is located, the symbol rate, the bandwidth, and also what is the conversion, the down conversion that is performed by the LNB, right? Those are three parameters that we put for the visa, and with these parameters, we got at least the visa getting the outbound, right? Correct? Okay. So we know, for instance, in some case, the carrier is located at 12 gigahertz. It has 20 megasymbols per second, and the local oscillator of the LNB is 975 gigahertz. Those are parameters that we know, we can check from the configuration, or we can ask for some friend, and he will tell us what to put there. Right? Just imagine that you are giving those numbers to some person who gets the kit, and he or she wants just to have internet at home. Okay, just imagine someone who is going to the supermarket, is getting the kit, is going to his home, putting the visa, connecting to the antenna, and then he or she needs to know what is the central frequency, or what is the local oscillator of the LNB. Anything, right? Those of those parameters, names or numbers, doesn't have any sense for this person, right? But the thing is that maybe we need this visa installed here or here. That means maybe what we need at the end is the visa just entering here or entering here. Nothing else. So instead of telling to the person, those are the parameters you need to put here, 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 and here, okay, and to copy that, what we will say to this person is use this requesting you during the installation, during a new installation, right? So if you go to the store, you get the kit, you point the antenna or try to point the antenna, you connect your visa, and you start everything, okay? The first thing that the visa will ask for the customer will be, what is your RF cluster code? But let's assume we gave the kit for the customer, and we said, use this RF cluster code. Okay? So the user will put 091A, enter, and then he will pass to the next step. Okay? So here's the tricky part. If the do-it-yourself installation is enabled, if the do-it-yourself installation is enabled, what will happen at this moment is that if you put this number and you press next, in the next screen, all those parameters will merge and then will appear populating the configuration automatically. Okay, so the wizard will complete the parameters for you instead of you putting everything manually. So in this way, using just the RF cluster code, you will select if you will go here or here. You do not need to ask anyone what are the parameters, gigahertz, kilohertz, megahertz, kilo symbols, mega symbols, this is on, this is off, anything. Everything is provided by the internal memory of the visa, and you can choose any one of the network segments. Simple, right? So you need to use the RF cluster code, and then you will use this configuration. Okay, so let's say last step we'll start 3 network segments. Okay, we'll get 5,000 visas from gilat, and those visas will be given, let's say, for the army. So the soldiers will go to the field, they put the visa on, they put the antenna, they will connect the visa, they will try to align everything by themselves without knowing or having any special training. Okay, and you will say for them, okay, this group, you will use the first code. The other group, use the second code. That's it. They put the code, they put the other code, enter, and then you will go to the next screen with all the RF parameters already complete. Simple. That is the do-it-yourself installation. You do not need to be trained, you do not need to me an expert to complete this part of the procedure, this task. Okay? What is the problem? Or what is the concept? In general, if the visa knows internally, in advance, what are the parameters, okay, for these carriers, this is because before to get the visa, Transtel informed gilat about those parameters, right? And it happened to us that we win a bid, okay, there in Peru with the second skyEdge system that we deployed in the world. And we actually gained because this was that was a requirement from the ministry saying that do the installation with the minimum set of parameters. So we prepared it. We received their frequency plan. We put it internally into the system. We prepared the VSAT. They sent the VSAT to Peru, and in the middle of this process, the ministry decided to change the satellite, changing all the set of carriers, all the set of parameters. So everything that it was stored previously into the VSATs, it was not useful anymore, because the carriers were located in different places that they do not match with the internal file that it was located or stored inside the VSATs. What to do this day when you receive the VSATs and you have to go to the field and pass the ATP? Take anyone in the company, anyone, connect to the VSAT, load, it was 5,000 VSATs, by the way, to load the proper file, the new error cluster table, inside the VSAT memory, and then put it back in the box and send it to the ministry. To do it that in 3 days or 4 days, if I'm not mistaken. All the people get crazy on that. So we use all the people that we have just to upload the updated error cluster table into the VSAT, okay, to make it, manually, VSAT by VSAT, one by one, to meet the requirement from the ministry. But anyway, it's possible. Okay, the evidence shows it's possible, and that's the idea of the do-it-yourself. So if you activate the do-it-yourself installation, when you select the error cluster during the installation process, you are choosing to get the parameters automatically for the external memory for the VSAT. If you have multiple network segments, you can choose between multiple options. If not, you use the value by default. If you are using professional installation, this will not happen. So the VSAT will expect that you complete the parameters one by one by hand. If you made a mistake, you have to correct it, you have to deal with that. Okay? That's what we call the professional installation that is common into the enterprise world. Okay? And sometimes for some operations that's good, that's better, because it represents services. Right? To send some installer who do that job. If it fails or they move anything, it's much better because normally we send again the person to correct that. Change 2 numbers and then pass the thing. That's it. Okay? So that's called the professional installation. Okay? Well, let's think about this automated procedure. Let's assume now that the user gets the kit and he knows that now that if he puts the error cluster code, then all the error parameters will be complete. Let's assume he point the antenna, complete the procedure, and at the end of the installation, he probably needs to perform the commissioning process. And now we need to talk about cross-port, co-port, realign the antenna, and some stuff that the common user, again, cannot understand. And actually, he will not be able to call to the block and say, okay, just tell me what is my isolation. Right? It's crazy. It doesn't make any sense. Okay? So in such cases, we can also automate that. We can also make this process automatically, so the user arrives to this point, and the platform will say, it's wrong, realign the antenna. So simply as that. Or maybe it will present some parameters, a recommendation to move a little bit the antenna, and then it will pass. So this last procedure that is automated, it's called the RF audit. The RF audit It's the procedure to make the commissioning automatically against some system that is called VAPs. Okay, so what is the idea behind the RF audit? The RF audit, it exists in three ways. What's the other name we always forgot? I will connect to the platform and I will tell you what's in alignment. In alignment, the other ones, I believe it's also called careful, but anyway, let's check. Error for date and alignment, let's call it error for date also. Non and antenna alignment. Okay? So this is the last step when you are doing the installation. When you install your VSAT, in the last step, you need to check the RF parameters. You need to check if your S-node is okay, if the isolation is okay, and so on. Right? So you can select to skip that. Do not do that using the automated system. Instead of that, maybe doing it by yourself with your hands, or maybe because it's an automated auto-pointed antenna, okay, there's no need to do that. Because the antenna can automatically get the maximum parameters, and it's very accurate. Okay, so maybe there's no need to do that. So this is the non option. Otherwise, there are two possibilities. Okay, just imagine, as its name suggests, this is like some examination, some exam. Okay, just imagine if you go to take some certification exam, some evaluation, something like that. Okay, there are two possibilities. Okay, you submit your exam and you get an answer saying it's okay or no. Sorry, next time. Okay, you pass or fail. You pass or not. That's the simplest way. Okay, you do not know where are your failures. You simply know that you have to do it again. So at some other moment. Okay, this is the RF. And there are other exams where you submit your exam and you receive immediately some kind of feedback saying where you failed, what are the wrong answers, so you got the opportunity to correct it. Okay, and maybe you can correct, and then you check, and then maybe after 2 or 3 steps, or maybe in the next attempt, you are already certified or so. Right? Okay? So this is the same thing. This is the same thing. There are 2 ways to do the audit. The antenna alignment means that the system, the box, the system, the robot that is making the automated procedure, will send the parameters to the installer in the other side, telling him in the screen of the computer, this is your isolation, this is the SNO level, this is the cross-port, okay? So he has the opportunity to go to the antenna, move it a little bit, see if it improves or not, and if it's better, get the installation approved. This is the antenna line. It's some kind of interactive, it's some kind of an evaluation that it has an immediate feedback, and the purpose is to correct, do some iteration up to the point where you are getting it online. Okay? This is the antenna line. But of course, it makes sense if you are dealing with someone in the other side who knows how to solve the problem. Saying if he needs to improve the isolation level, then he will go and he will rotate a little bit the polarizer, the polarization for the feeder, right? He knows what he's doing. But if we are dealing again with someone who is installing a VSAT for the first time of his life, what's the sense of that? In that case, what we can use is the RFID. The VSAT will arrive to this step and will tell to the user, it's wrong. Please realign the antenna. So he will check his manual, he will measure that, he will point as the video that it's with the VSAT. He will put it, will try, no, he will do it again, or maybe he will call one installer who will do it for him. Okay? That's the RFID. The RFID doesn't have any kind of feedback, any kind of interaction. It's simply telling you, realign the antenna. Realign the antenna. That's it. Okay? So in this case, the user needs to mount again the antenna, check the angles, and according to that, get the RF values up to the moment when he or she passed the evaluation. That's the RFID. And this is something that you can implement by the end of the installation if you want and if you got the VAP system installed into your platform. Okay? So that's why it's called something that is optional. Just to see that.
It is enabled on the hub.
Yeah, it's enabled on the hub. It's actually in the RF cluster configuration. If you go to the RF cluster configuration, CP settings, it will tell you here RF certification. It can operate. None means that all the VSATs here in this RF cluster, the network segment 1, for instance, they will not be evaluated. There's no effect. There's no RFID step. Okay? If I enable here, it will send the feedback before to come online. If I select RFID, it will tell you if it's okay or not. Okay? To see that to see the difference here, just go to the skyManage. The procedure is something very simple. Let's see. You see the first thing that the system has is the location code and the RF cluster code. Then the parameters, align the antenna, get the parameters, and it's successful. Okay? Otherwise, where is that? It's not here. Where is that? It's in this presentation actually. Let me see. Here. This is the this is the antenna alignment scheme. When you are finishing practically the installation, before to come online, the VSAT will show you this information. If the forward is okay, if the return is okay, if the co-pole cross-pole is okay. Okay? If you see this in green, that means that it passed, and you can click on this button and get the VSAT online. If not, this will be disabled, that means green, gray, and everything, or the parameter that is wrong will appear here in red. So you will need to go to the antenna, realign, move the feeder, or do something in order to put it online again. Okay, so this is the antenna alignment scheme. In case of the error for hit, no, it will show you nothing. It will show you a message that it's telling you that it's okay or not. Okay, so we will see in some moments, maybe in the lab, we can prepare it to check. Okay, clear? So I believe the error for hit concept is it's clear now for you, right? Okay, the error for hit is something that is performed automatically in case you got the bugs. Okay, and it got two ways. With feedback, that is called the error audit, sorry, the antenna alignment, and without feedback, telling you it's okay, it's not okay, that it's the error audit itself. Okay? But now we need something extra. So you will tell me, is that the same to install a VSAT here in Jakarta than install the VSAT in another city far away from here? Those are the same conditions, radio conditions. Do you think they are facing the same weather conditions? No. And if they are located maybe in different positions, do they will face the same conditions considering the footprint of the satellite? Will it be the same? How about if I put two different dishes sizes? Okay, there are many conditions. There are many conditions that they will change the RF parameters, right? So, thinking about that, if the position of the VSAT, if I install it in the north or here or any other place, if the antenna has a different dish size, if the weather is different in both places, if the distance to the satellite is different, of course, we will expect also different RF parameters. That means different minimum SNO here or there, or maybe here in Jakarta, different SNO levels if I'm installing using 1.2 antenna or 1.8 meters antenna or 2.4, right? The set of parameters are different, correct? So what we need to understand is that at every installation, we are facing a different scenario. Correct? But what is interesting for us is that, okay, considering that this is a different scenario, according to the link budget, then I need different radio levels or thresholds to consider if the installation is good or not. Saying the isolation, the cross-pole, the co-pole, the SNO level. Right? Okay, I need different values for every scenario. How could I define it easily? Well, we use something that is called the location code. Let's imagine something like this. We got here the equator line, we got here the satellite, okay? And it's reasonable to think maybe this is one scenario, this is another scenario, and this is a different scenario. Right? Okay? Maybe do the weather here, maybe do the distance, right? Maybe do the distance here also too, and something like that. Okay, so this is one scenario, another scenario, and according to the setup that you have, different transmitter size, transmitter power, sorry, different dish size, you can also get different schemes. Okay, so you classify all of them, and then you assign for all of them a different location code. No, so for this, the SNO, the cross pole, and so will be different. This is a set of parameters that you need to meet in order to pass the installation. So you can use, I don't know, something like this. You can use different location codes in order to establish different set of thresholds to prepare your installations of the thing. Okay, a location code, its names such as something like location, continent, area, place, no, but it has nothing to do specifically with the place where you are installing. Instead of that, it's describing the scenario that you will face for this kind of installation. So maybe it will not be a surprise that you will be using, let's say, if you're using the satellite here, you got some installations here, and use the same location code. Like this. Okay, you got the same location here. Why? Well, because if you consider the footprint, okay, both sides are close to the border, but this one is in the middle. According to the weather, maybe the conditions are similar to the conditions that I have, so I can use the same location code, Has nothing to do with the place. Those are different places, but the location code is the same for both of them, since you expect the same RF behavior for the stations that are located there. That is different from the location for the visas that are located in the middle of the footprint, for instance. Okay, so the location code is a scenario. This scenario is saying to the NMS, okay, this is the set of parameters that I will need to pass the installation process. So that's why when you install a new VSAT, the VSAT is requesting you, at the first instance, the location code and the RF cluster code. So in the do-it-yourself installation process, we are putting the location code that is writing in the box. Okay, it's because the VSAT arrived to some area where you will use those parameters for the RFID in order to put the VSAT online. Parameters, they will be different probably from other VSAT that it will be installed in a different region, in a different conditions. Okay? Then you put the RF cluster code. That means you are selecting practically where will you be located in the network, talking about the network segments. Okay? So instead of putting the numbers one by one, you are getting the numbers that they are stored internally into the VSAT. That's it. You press enter and you are ready to install the VSAT. What other number do you need to complete the procedure? Terminal ID, managed group ID, finish. Okay, that is the do-it-yourself installation. In the do-it-yourself installation, you need 4 parameters only. Location code. It's information that will be useful for the VAPs to prepare the RFID evaluation, no, and to check if the VSAT passed or not the RFID process. That's the location code. RF cluster code. It's telling to the VSAT where it will be located, in frequency, in which network segment, using the parameters that they are stored internally into the VSAT. Simple. Terminal name, managed group name, something that you assign for the VSAT. If you are giving internet across all the Indonesian territory, probably you are using the same managed group. And what is different from every VSAT is the terminal number that is already created into the NMS, and you are distributing together with the VSAT, no, in a kind of a label that is in the box, and that's it. So the installer in this case is the end user who will need to put the 4 numbers, enter, 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 that's it. Align the antenna. Check at the end. It's okay, but it's not okay. Okay, realign the antenna, check, and eventually he will pass the procedure, and that's it. Completely automated. Okay, that is the case for KU band, for KE band. Okay, internet at home. Otherwise, we need something that is called the professional installation. In professional installation, you still need to put the location code. Why? Because it will be useful for the VAPS system. It's always assumed that you got a VAPS. It's assumed. So even if you do not have it installed into your platform, you need to store or you need to put that parameter during the installation. RF cluster code, the same. You need to put the RF cluster code. Then you go to the parameters, you complete them by hand, you do the antenna alignment, you check the rest of the installation. If the RF audit is enabled, no, it makes sense that you will receive the feedback during the last part of the process. You align automatically the antenna, then you pass to the installation, you finish your installation, and that's it. Clear? Okay, that's very, very simple. So that's the concept. Let's finish this thing. So an RF cluster, it has multiple network segments, right? Those network segments, they are described in the RF cluster table. The RF cluster table is stored inside the VSATs, and also it's distributed by the hub, and it's updated every 10 seconds if it's not if there are some changes that you need to apply into the system. So there is still a chance that if you move some carrier, you distribute these values, and the VSAT will receive that. And if you need to reinstall the VSAT, we'll take the new set of parameters without doing anything special. So you can propagate changes also on this way, using the RF cluster table. Okay, that it will be useful also for migration purposes, for instance. Clear? What else? The VSATs, they will need something that is the home carrier. Okay, in case that you got or you need to distribute the load, the processing load across the network segments. Say if you got 3 network segments and you got 5,000 VSATs, instead of deciding one by one where you will install every VSAT, okay, what the system does is to put the VSATs on those network segments that they got less processing load at some moment. Okay, so the criteria is to use or to distribute the CPU load per network segment, specifically EPS CPU load per network segment. Okay, why am I telling you that? Because people tend to think that if I got 6,000 VSATs and I need to distribute them across 3 network segments, I will put 2,000 VSATs in each one. Is that true? It's not necessarily true. Why? Because maybe there are some VSATs that they are making more traffic than others. Say in VSAT that they are moving 20 megabits each one, and in the other side I got VSAT that they are moving 5 megabits. So if I put 2,000, 2,000, 2,000, there will be one network segment that will be overloaded, and others that they are not moving too much. It's not the same if I am moving, in some cases, only TCP traffic than UDP traffic. It not will be the same if I got some VSAT that they are moving encrypted traffic and others that they are moving plain traffic, right? So heavy the processes in the DPS, okay, higher the CPU load, so less VSATs this network segment is accepting. Those VSATs that they are, those DPSs that they got a kind of light load, they will be ready to receive more VSATs at that moment. Okay, so the load balancing is basically the concept of moving VSATs automatically between network segments on the same RF cluster according to the DPS load. But it makes sense, of course, for networks that they got a lot of VSATs that they are providing the same typical service. For instance, internet to home. Right? One ISP, you need the VSAT at your home, and you really don't care if it's used this carrier, the other carrier, or the other carrier. You just need connectivity to this VSAT and to enter to the internet. Clear? Okay? This is the case. Anyway, in any configuration, you always need to define a home carrier. It's another thing that you need to define even if you are not using this feature. Okay? So let's go to the configuration. You see in the RF cluster, you define one network segment, and since you got only one network segment, of course, this will be your home carrier network segment, okay, because you do not have where to choose. So you will see here in the configuration, home carrier, yes, this is the home carrier network segment. If you add other network segments here, they will not be home carriers, so they will be set to no, because there is a need for only one network segment as the home carrier in the RF cluster. Just remember, when you install a new VSAT or you put online a new VSAT, they will always come online, locking into the home carrier. And after the load processing procedure, they will pass to another home carrier, to another network segment, considering the CPU processing load in across the different network segments, across the different DPSs. Here, let's finish this and then we will go to the break, because I've noticed there are, I believe it's necessary a little bit of air conditioning. Because it's very hot. Even me, so maybe you can reduce the temperature a little bit.
It's the minimum.
Yeah, 16 degrees, 14 degrees. It's good to be.
Minimum is 18.
Yeah, to make it. You know that's the reason why the airplane is so cold in the cabin, right? Commercial airplanes, yeah, they try to be cold inside because the people keeps alert this way. If it's warm, and the moment when there's an impact, you're still sleeping. No. So yeah, this is the reason we need a little bit cold to get alert. Yeah. So that's the goal. Okay. The initial logo is when the VSAT presents itself in front of the platform. And as I told you yesterday, the identity of the VSAT is composed by three parts. Terminal ID, your name. Managed group ID, your last name. Your family. Okay. So it's possible to have two different families with the same name for one of the kids inside. Saying, I say, I'm Hugo. There is another person who says, okay, I'm Hugo too. But of course, we got different last names. Gabriel or Lopez. Okay, so we are different from different families. Okay, different managed groups. So we can have similar terminal numbers for two different managed groups. Saying the VSAT 1000 in the managed group 3, the VSAT 1000 in the managed group 6. Okay? Your name, your last name. But you need to prove you are this person. Okay? So in order to do that, you need to show your ID, your passport, anything that proves that that's you. That is something that is physical, with your picture and so. That is the MAC address of the equipment. Everything is identified here by the MAC address. Okay, so all the VSATs, they got its own MAC address. The MAC address is associated or is linked as when the government is giving you the ID, to your name, your last name, and on this way, you are getting authenticated at every instance. So you are getting authenticated in front of the NMS. Okay, so that's it. Authentication, authorization, and accounting means that the VSAT is getting validated by the NMS. How it is doing? Checking against the database if the name, last name, match with the ID, MAC address. That's it. If there is no match, the VSAT is not authenticated. The VSAT didn't get the results. Simple. Load balancing, I explained it. RF certification, I explained it also. Location code, that means that over the territory we are having different scenarios, so they need to be evaluated using different thresholds. And the kind of certification that you got. None means skip that. Audit means that you say it's okay, not okay, block the visa, antenna alignment, you get this kind of feedback. You move the feeder, you move the antenna, and then you get better results, so you can approve the installation. That's it. The sequence, okay? Again, this diagram is telling you not too much. Instead of that, just need to remember this, the LEDs that they are located in front of the visa. Okay? Those. The sequence is starting on the left and going to the right. Okay? There are just 3 LEDs that they are important here. The first is the power. Okay? If it's turned on or not. It passed the post or not. If it's active or not. Okay? One. The second thing, it has a satellite icon. That means that the link is ready at the RF level. The next one, it's an @ symbol that is telling you if the link is passing data or not. Okay? So there are 2 states for those LEDs. Blinking and solid on. Right? Okay. The sequence. That's it. It's very simple. You will find 3 LEDs, 3 blue LEDs, right? Question. You connect the VSAT, it passes the power on self-test, so it is on. Okay? Then the next LED will start to blink. That means that when it starts to blink, means that you catch the forward carrier. That means that you align it correctly the antenna and it's receiving the signal that is coming from the satellite. After this point, when you got reception, you need to wait a little bit for the VSAT getting synchronized into the system. Saying the VSAT will download its software if it needs it, okay? And then it receives the NCR, the clock. So if the VSAT is detecting correctly the DVBX or X2 forward that is coming to it and it's correctly configured, it will come on and then it will pass to the next step. It will start to blink, saying that the VSAT is trying to transmit to the hub using a CSC slot and introducing itself, saying I'm the VSAT 2000, manage group 6, and this is my MAC address and I want to enter into the platform. If the configuration in the other side is the same, okay, meaning that if the VSAT is a Capricorn 4, that it has 2000, manage group 6, and this is the MAC address that matches with the one that I have here, the VSAT is approved, and then it passes to the home status. That means that the VSAT can connect. It's passing service. Simple. Very simple. So if you are in some point of this process, no, and you are stuck on it, or you're simply noticing that the visa cannot pass this step, okay, you can easily understand what is the part of the procedure that is not correct. Saying the visa is on, the visa it's on now. The second LED starts to blink, but it's taking too much time. Okay, what is happening? Well, the thing that you will know at this point is that it's correctly receiving the signal that is coming into the outbound. But maybe it's downloading its software. What some installers do is that they believe that there is not happening anything there, so they disconnect the visa and they connect it again. So the process starts over and over again. So it doesn't connect. Wait, just wait. It's not immediate. If the visa is coming outside of the box and you connect it immediately you connected it to the network, maybe it needs to download the software first and then start to work. So just wait. Okay? Let's say the visa stops, shows the second LED stopping to blink, then it passes to the solid on, and then this third LED starts to blink. Nothing happened. Blinks again. Nothing happened. And then restart, and it's going to the step over and over and over. Okay, it's not being correctly authenticated. Simply it's off. No, maybe there is some mismatch in the configuration, or maybe this visa is not authorized to get service. It's blocked. Okay, so let's check into the configuration. Let's see what is wrong. Okay, or maybe if it's not transmitting, there is something wrong with the book. No, I'm receiving the signal, so I got correctly aligning the antenna. I got the LMD correctly or properly working, but maybe there is something wrong in the configuration for the transmission. That's why the visa is not able to reach the hub. Okay, that's the other possibility. Okay, so this is the troubleshooting logic, and this is something that we will see after the break. Okay, any question up to this point? Clear? Sure.
What the allocation or high management, it have one location for the location question.
Location code.
Yeah. If it have the different scenario in the hub, what parameter can show you the
what are the location codes that you will use for the installation?
Yeah.
Okay.
If I have three scenario.
Yeah, you got different scenarios. Okay, what you need to do is to go to the infrastructure. I don't remember if it's in network or if it's in telecom. Anyway, let's check. In general, so it will be stored supposedly into the network. You go to the telemetry, and you will see here clusters. You download it. It's a zip file. You open it, and you will find some Excel files. Okay, so they got the descriptions, including the location codes included into the platform. Okay, symbol array, cluster, professional installation. Now, this is their cluster table that is distributed for all the results. Let's see. No. Our cluster. If not, it's in their cluster parameters. General. Diversity. What's the location code? Here for this. Here for the CP settings, error certification, or no, for the list. You upload the location codes into the maps configuration, and when you put it into the maps configuration, then you need to put that information also into the VSAT RFID. What is that? You need to enable it. I will enable it for a moment, okay? If it's disabled, the default value is 00M.
Yeah, yes.
It's the default.
Always I have the connection 00M.
Well, it's something that it's gilat stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a code and it's a number, and the letter is some kind of code that it's created using some algorithm. Okay, some alien number from I don't know where, and get the code, the ASCII, and it's a kind of validation. So technically, there are some numbers that they are valid, some combinations that they are valid, and you can put inside. Okay, all of them they can be accepted by the lizards because the lizards they got this internal calculator and they can do the match. Okay, but the problem is that if they are not defined internally, the lizard will not pass to the next step. So there is only one that is valid, that is the 00M, or the SID error. That means to avoid the error audit. So the lizard will ignore completely the error audit and pass it skip the error audit. Other codes that you put, they could be accepted, but they will not be defined. So you need to do the definition, upload to the NMS, upload to the maps, and then use it. Okay, so in order to see that, but if you do not use maps, you can use always the default location code that is 00M, that is here. If not, you need to define it. In order to define it, to visualize it, and to process it into the platform, you need to define the error audit. So you go to the CP settings, you put the error audit, for instance, antenna alignment, okay? It could be with the embedded or standalone, but I don't know if it will accept. But apparently, it'll accept. And then now when you will go to the VSATs, you will see this set of parameters. What is that? Maps parameters here. You see? And they are now also visible to the system statistics. Okay, so if you define the use of the maps, then you will get access to these parameters. But since you do not have it in your platform, it's pointless to use them. Okay, so in that case, you use the 00M.
Yeah.
There are two codes, two special codes. Okay, 00M, that is the default, and this is the one that you use always if there are no maps in your platform. Okay, any VSAT can accept 00M, okay, because you are avoiding the use of VAPs. If not, there is another code that it means ignore VAPs. Even if the VAPs is installed and configured to perform the earth audit, if you put this code into the VSAT will avoid that and will pass directly, ignoring the VAPs command. Okay, so those are the cases that it exists in general when you are not using the VAPs or you do not want to use the VAPs. I mean, not having the VAPs or you do not using the VAPs. Otherwise, you need to define the table, upload the table to the VAPs subsystem, if it's present into the platform, and then start the definitions over there. Okay? The set of, in this case, the set of parameters that will be stored, if not by Earth cluster, there should be by network. Let's see. Standalone, embedded, network, support features, embedded maps is disabled. You need to enable that more across all the platforms. Enable, you need a license for some of those features, and then if it's enabled, then you will have the access for this information. Okay, it starts to appear. Let's say in the telemetry, there is a telemetry. Oops. Also the VAPs. You will see something like RFID or something. What is that? Search text, exploration. The original VAPs, internal, the values that it gets. You will find this information here. But you need to configure, you need to add, you need to activate it. Now, exactly as the system it's configured, we cannot see that. It's not installed.
Because we have my experiment for the installation of VSAT remote, we have the wrong cluster.
Ah, okay, yeah, it could happen.
Yes, the wrong cluster and have the warning to not make the mistake.
Yeah, in those cases, the VSAT starts to blink,
yes,
and then suddenly it passes to the pop-up that is telling you something, I don't know, wrong configuration, something like that.
Wrong configuration. So I have looked in the Thailand, tell me that it is wrong for the number cluster.
Yeah, it happened also to me. Yeah, no, here you need to change this. No, it's another case. It's not mentioned, but it could also happen to the people. But it's easy to notice since you are simply.
And if you have one cluster, one network segment, can you use the default location code 00M can with the
follow the
Yeah,
feature.
since you are not having the maps, no, the system will not use anything for this for anything purpose. So you use the same the same location code for all the designs, for all installation. Otherwise, you need to give some sense to it. So you need to create the location table, location code table, okay, and upload it to the NMS to distribute it to the hubs. Put those numbers for the visas. But this case, I need to see if we got one network with the hubs. Okay, I believe we got one. Let me look for it for tomorrow, and I will show you how to find it. But it's not relevant here since we do not have the bus. Okay, the bus is a different story. It's a spectrum analyzer, a server, down converter, co-located antenna, no, that is connected to the system, to the platform. It's extra hardware that we need to add. Okay, but I will look for it. More questions? Everything okay? Okay, let's take our break up to 11 and 10. 11 and 10, okay? Thank you. No, I went to 3 different malls, and it was completely out of stock in Airphone. At least in Airphone, it's, I believe, the most popular. Suggesting some place that it's more kind of local, kind of street market, you know, not necessarily a shopping. Do you believe that I will find it? Okay, I will try this.
Because in the platform there is limited stock, but with plenty of index from the main user. Like insurance about for 1 year, whereas the for any problem will be changed to the main device.
Like a formal shop, right? Yeah, but maybe there are some places where I can get the phone. If it's working for a week, it's enough. Okay, thank you.
kemarin kan kombinasi kalau volume persatuan harus berapa ppm, berapa pasir. Tapi di eksasi itu kan ada 5 pot. Nah, kalau dari persatuan cara berlaku di sini kayaknya bisa 1 ppm sekian. Game itu kayak outputnya banyak tapi inputnya banyak dan sekarang alokasinya berbeda. Dia bisa bolt-on ini 2 output tapi MCA-nya bisa shift-nya bisa otomatis kita dalam partisi di dalam kita bisa 4 carry jadi satu price harusnya kan minimal 1 frame bisa ya. Tapi ada kemungkinan 1 frame nggak bisa. Ini sampai 6 frame sih ya. Transmitter 1, transmitter 1, jadi bisa yang harusnya iPhone ini bisa hidupnya 3 atau 2 lah, 3. Pasti kalau kemarin kita biasanya masukin lokasi slotnya 0,0 M. Kalau udah di clone Ini kan sifatnya yang wangi yang bisa ada maksudnya tidak harus isi detail manajemennya mana sifatnya mungkin si usernya bisa dan sampai yang tidaknya pengalaman pertama mungkin itu yang harus pakai atau yang orang-orang harus approach setelahnya langsung kayak ngasih informasi apa yang tapi lihatnya ada perasaan kalau yang dia kasih prosesnya kan harus kita alokasi kemudian setelah dia poin itu beres langsung langsung mulai cek proses secara otomatis step-stepnya mungkin orang-orang yang baru semua sendiri dari startup semuanya yang sistem ini masalahnya masih ke depan bisa
VSAT creation into the system. Okay, it's we will do before the launch the NMS creation. That is pretty simple. We actually can practice accessing to the NMS. I'm not sure if all of one can do that. If not, let's see if we can use the lab. Anyway, in the system we got two views, right? The infrastructure and the CME view. To make it simple, going here, you see infrastructure. And CPU groups here, right? It's like when you talk with a friend of you who is in charge of the IT, maybe for the company. Infrastructure is prepared, for instance, for the switches, routers, cables, connections, okay, all the infrastructure that is providing you the physical connectivity. Okay, maybe you got two WAN connections, maybe you got one router that is active, a secondary router. You got, I don't know, the people who is connected in different floors to different switches. Okay, that's the way that the person thinks in terms of infrastructure, right? All the physical elements that you are using to connect the computers in the building. That's one part. The other side is related to the service, saying this is the engineering group, and we need them connected, sharing this printer, sharing this folder with these files, and having access to this and that system. This is for the management. So they need to be connected to this system. They need to see this and this folder. I don't know. They need to be connected in this and that location. In your physical infrastructure, right? Okay, that's the idea. That's the idea. So infrastructure here is referring to all the elements that you need to create a facility. Say you need a satellite, an air cluster, a beam. You need a carrier that is the network segment. You need some frequencies. You need some symbol rates, hotspots, all the definitions that they are providing you connectivity between the VSATs. That's the first part. That's the simple part. In the other side, okay, you will get VSATs that they are connected using those satellite links, okay, and then you need to associate them according to the purpose, according to the service that you will provide in this network. So let's say maybe some VSATs, they will be for mobility. Maybe some VSATs, they will be for fixed, but for enterprise customers. Others, they will be for government. Okay, some of them will be for telephony. So you are creating different groups, and what is common for this group? It may be the VLAN that they will occupy, the IP segment or segments that they will occupy, the IP version that they will use. If it's layer 2, layer 3, if it's mobility or not, okay, all the features that you need to add per group. Okay. Every one of these groups, they will receive a name that is the managed group. If you remember, it's like a family. All the VSATs that they are specialized for mobility. Other VSATs that they are for fixed. Those VSATs that they are in the range 10, 10, 10 something that is for the bank, and 20, 20 something that is for the ministry. Okay, that's the reason why we are using different managed groups. We will define managed groups according to the customers, according to the applications that we need to define. Inside every managed group, we will put the VSATs inside, and those VSATs will receive resources from that managed group. Okay, so In simple terms, you are doing this. You got some visas that they belong to some managed group. And when a managed group, as I said, this managed group, it's defined by a similar service, by a similar feature that all these visas will share. Those features, those common configurations, they are defined in a general way using some profiles. So those profiles, they will be applied to the visas inside this managed group. So in this way, they will operate, they will work as we expect. Okay? It's like, I don't know, in a family. Okay? If everyone is small, of course, no? Okay? They are UDP configured only. Okay? If they are for instance, for internet at home, and they use 10 megabits per second downlink, 2 megabits per second uplink, so this is a common SLA that I will apply for all the visas in this managed group. Okay? Those are profiles that I will use specifically for this group. Okay? What else? This managed group will receive physical resources from the infrastructure, saying in total 50 megabits per second and 20 megabits per second here. Okay? Forward and return. Okay? So a managed group is a collection of visas that they will share same features for the service that is defined in a way using something that we call profiles. And this managed group is taking part of the physical resources that I have in the network. Okay? So if I have in total 200 megabits per second in the forward, I can define maybe up to 4 or 6 or 7 managed groups that they will take part of this capacity, making it total 200 megabits per second. Okay, the visas inside this managed group will share this capacity according to the profiles that I define inside. Simple. Okay, that's the concept of the profile. So, visas inside the managed group, they can belong to different network segments. They can operate is really not relevant the moment when you need the computer that is in this office connected with one computer that is in the first floor. Okay? And they are belonging to the same VLAN. You will see how to do the connectivity, how to define the IPs, the VLAN, and so on. But at the end of the day, what you need is that files that they are in this computer, they will be shared with the other computer that is in the first floor. That's it. That's the service. Okay? So that's the CPE point of view. You see the visas, okay, independently from the infrastructure as a set of elements that they will share a common kind of service, and they share those resources that they are destined for the management. Okay, so basically you go to the CPE view, you will go there to the managed group. If you need it, you define one, And inside the manage group, you will create the VSATs. Okay? Commonly, a manage group will represent an ISP, a collection of VSATs. Must be created on the CPE group. Okay? A CPE group is a VNO, it's an operator. Let's say, in your case, you are the only operator of the network. Okay? And the managed group can derive the use of licenses that they are provided or given for the CPE group. CPEs, they are the VSATs that they are under a managed group. And well, all the VSATs, they are under the all CPE groups. And CPE group has a number, and this number is associated, we cannot change, or it's not recommended to change because this is into the subsystems of gilat, and it's associated with the licenses that gilat is providing. Okay? So the CPE group for the VNO, so all the CPE groups below every CPE group, under that all the managed groups that you got into the system. Okay? If you want to create a new CPE group, you go to the plus, and then you add a new CPE group, and over there you can provide the software licenses for the VSATs. In case of gilat, okay, all the VSATs, they come by default with 10 megabits per second downlink license for free. So every VSAT that you get from gilat, if it's a Capricorn or if it's a Gemini or whatever, it's able to download up to 10 megabits per second without any special configuration. If you want to make it to operate to 20 megabits per second, 40 megabits per second, 100 megabits per second, you need, in downlink only, you need to get a license from gilat. Okay? And this license is not for this particular VSAT. This license is for the CPE group. So let's say you get 10, 20 megabits per second licenses from gilat. You will apply these 10 licenses to some CPE group. So all the VSATs that they are inside, all of them potentially can pick one of these licenses and operate up to 20 megabits per second. So when you create a VSAT, you necessarily have to assign a license to this VSAT. If it's the 10 megabits per second, it's for free, it's default, and the VSAT can operate as this. If you pick one of those 10 megabits per second licenses that you acquired from gilat, it is discounted from the pool, it's assigned to that VSAT, and it cannot be reused for any other VSAT into the system, unless you delete the VSAT and then the license is released for another VSAT that can pick up. Okay? Here, so let's see, and the list of licenses, same as other features, no? As the SCPC, for instance, they are listed here into the configuration. So let's see that into the system. You go here. CPE group. Software licenses here for the CPE group. And you will see the license that you got. Okay? For instance, you do not have 200 megabits, 10 megabits, 20 megabits, no baseline. That you got purchased, what's the number here? 18? I cannot see. Let's see. 18 licenses, and there is one in use to download up to 20 megabits per second for a VSAT that is UHP. Okay? HS is high speed, and it refers to the Gemini family. Ultra high performance, it refers to the Capricorn family. So basically, you get from gilat 18 licenses, okay, for up to 18 Capricorn VSATs that they can operate up to 20 megabits per second into the forward. Okay? From all those 18 licenses that you get from gilat, actually you are using 1. So it remains 17 for you. Okay, so if you create another visa, so this is something that I will do now. I will go to the manage group and I will create another visa. Okay, let's go to the table view, and this is the way how you will create a new visa. You simply duplicate it, and that's it. Why do you need to make everything special? No, if you will get the same configuration for all the visas, you duplicate and then you start to change. That's it. Okay, so you have to assign a new terminal ID. I will use the 9000. And what else? I need to assign the IP, right? No, that is by default. Let's see. VLANs, router, disable. How can I get the IP? Automatically. Okay, that's it. And that's it. Everything is
gilat 24 is default, right?
exactly.
Because we have
Another
the gilat with 100.
That is the VLAN 100. I will go to the VLAN 100 and I will pick up another IP automatically. That's it. Then, well, I will go to the general part and I will see in the forward license, in the license section, okay, here, that it's using 1 license of this kind, okay? I will now create the visa. Okay, the visa is now created. And it's in gray color. That means that it's unknown. It never had been online, so it's there. Okay, and let's go to see the status of the licenses. If I would go to the software licenses, now I will see I used to have 18, and now I'm using 2, and it remains 16 for other 16 visas. Okay. What happens if I need to use this license for another visa? Well, there are 2 alternatives. And now I got my 17 available again. That's it. Same thing for the SCPC license, for instance. If I get 2 licenses for SCPC and I create 2 visas using those licenses, okay, even if I'm not putting the visas online, since it exists as a configuration into the NMS, the licenses will be discounted from the pool. What is the solution if you need to reuse or use in other places those licenses? Delete the visas or release the license for another visa. Simple. Very simple, right? Okay, so that's the concept behind the CP group. Okay? I will create a managed group. Okay, I will show you how to do that. And then there are some features, some values that I will add there. So I rather to do it directly into the NMS to understand clearly what we are doing here. Okay? So let's go to the NMS, and we are here in the CP group, and then I need to create more managed groups, right? So I got this managed group that is the number 2, that is the one that you created. So in order to create a new one, plus. That's it. And I will select, well, this is a managed group, This is the software version for this. This is the ID, a number that is selected automatically, and it will go from 2 to 250. Okay? And I will put a name for it, training. Training. Training, that's it. What else? A managed group can be either layer 2 or layer 3. If it's layer 2, the VSAT will operate in the way that it will capture internet frames and it will pass to the other side using some VXLAN. Okay? That in order to have the other side, okay, of the tunnel, you need an external element that is called the VX gateway, that is a Juniper router. Okay? So this is something that we do not have here. It's not possible to use layer 2. What we are doing here is to use layer 3, saying that we give connectivity at layer 3 level, TCP/IP, between the VSAT and the router in the other side, that is the VPS. Okay? So we select here layer 3, so it's disabled. IPv4, IPv6, so dual stack. Okay? Backhauling. Backhauling is basically a kind of QoS classification. You classify a specific traffic, let's say cellular backhauling, video conference, video surveillance, okay? And you put these applications on the top as a real-time traffic. So you guarantee the resources, you give the maximum priority, you control the jitter in the allocation, so in this way, this traffic can perform better than in the case of common traffic that is called backbone. Okay, this application is disabled here. If you enable, that means that you, if you select enable, that means that you got the license to operate that, and of course, a good application to use it. Okay. The VLANs, they can be configured on all network segments or not. Okay, it depends on the way that you will segment your system. Flywheel, if you remember from yesterday, right? All the VSAT that ends its transmission will be received for free during 4 seconds, 3 kilobits per second, whenever this capacity is available. If there are no capacity, flywheel is not in use. So that's why flywheel is best set for the transmission. Throughput scaling by efficiency. It's the way that how the system will distribute capacity for the managed groups. Okay, basically if the degradation is smooth, or if it's by noticeable steps. Okay, it's basically how do you react in case of congestion. If there are sudden congestion into the system, you got the option to reassign resources, and probably in the process several links will suffer. Or maybe you can make the adjustment slowly. Okay, so depending on the service, you can accept this kind of immediate degradation, or maybe some kind of soft degradation. Anyway, at the end of the day, you will be lack of resources. Okay, but the selection here, or the option here, is that you can do it little by little, or you can do it immediately. Okay, and you know there are some kind of traffic or applications that they are more sensitive than others. That's why you can choose this. Okay, disable. The reference mode code, that is the minimum that we will use for this management. It's in use for internal calculation for the throughput that you will assign for this management. Okay, IP connectivity. It refers to the IP segment that it will be used here into the management. I can define here multiple pools. Okay, saying that all the VSATs inside, they will have to pick an IP address that it will be defined into the managed group IP pool. Saying, if I define here 21 prefix 24, okay, and the VLAN VLAN number 100, for instance. Okay. What's what is the effect that I will notice? Okay. So whenever I will define a VSAT inside this mono group, this VSAT will belong to the VLAN 100, and also the IP will be in the format, will have an IP in this format. Why? Because the mask is 24. The prefix is 24. Clear? How about if I do this? 16. In this case, the last coordinates, they will vary, right? And I will have to define it as 20, 20, 1, 1, for instance. Okay, so the combinations will be 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 2.1. Okay, this is the segment that I will define for this for this management. So let's take it as 24. Okay. I will go back to the other spool. I got it defined, and maybe I can add here another segment. And do this.
It's a network.
Hmm?
Should be .0.
You mean dot zero? No. No, what is happening here is the dot one is taken by the managed group. So all the visas, they will start in 2, 3, 4, because the managed group also requires an IP. I will explain you in some moments why. Okay? But, well, yeah, it should be, if it will be a router, it will be 0. That's correct. But why we are assigning the number 1 or starting the number 1? Because the number 1 will be assigned to the managed group itself. And I will tell you why in some moments. Okay, so if you see, there's something that I need to change here also. It's the VLAN number. You will see here this situation. In this case, for instance, all the VSATs, they will belong to the VLAN 100. And any VSAT that is defined inside this manager will have an IP address that it will be either 20.20.20.36, 11 or whatever, or maybe 30.30.30.78 or whatever. I cannot define a VSAT that it has the IP address 888.3. It will not be accepted. Why? Because it's not belonging to this tools, to one of these tools. Clear? Okay? So in this way I can define all the segments that I need to assign for this managed group. So this managed group, so the VSAT will take an IP or pick up an IP from these segments. Okay? Speed test against the VSATs. Okay, so if you install this server, what is happening is that the remote terminal can perform a self-test, connecting automatically to this CPE test server, perform those tests and show you the speeds. Okay, if it exists, you can do that. If not, you can do it cheaper by yourself using GPR or FTP or something similar. Okay, there's no need to do that. It's an optional component, but anyway, it's defined there. What else? Authentication, authorization, and accounting. There is a possibility, this is a possibility for the visas in the platform, that it allows to assign a quota per visa. What is the concept of that? Similar to the cellular data plans. No? If I get the SIM card for this, for instance, in the airport, I got 15 gigabytes per month. 15 gigabytes per month, right? So I can see videos, do whatever I want, up to 15 gigabytes per month, or in less during the month. The last day of the month, if it renews, I will get another 15, and then I will continue surfing the web, right? Or using my phone, my data. Okay, that's the same idea. It's possible in this platform to assign a quota for the visas, saying 4 gigabytes per month, 6 gigabytes per month, or something like that. Okay, so in case you use your quota before to renew that is before the full month, okay, what is the effect? In some cases, you can define a kind of landing page, saying you can put here, redirect CPEs in limited mode. Limited mode means that you can navigate, just arriving to this page or IP, no, saying 12.12.12.4, no, but IP, no, it's not done. Why is not accepting an IP? I don't know. Why is not? For instance, something like that. www.gilat.com. So if you are using your visa, you consume, let's say, your 4 gigabytes that you get in that month. Okay. After this point, the platform will enforce you to, whenever you try to navigate, go into gilat.com. So it's not passing more traffic than the traffic that you exchange against this domain. Okay, this is one possibility. And also, it's possible to add other allowed domains that you can add here, up to 100 domains. Saying that, for instance, if you are putting this for the education ministry, okay, when the visa completes its quota, then it will go only to Wikipedia. And from there, maybe you can go to the ministry webpage or send any other place, and nowhere else. Okay, you are still navigating, but not for all the places that you want. That is the limited mode. So you can create a quota, X gigabytes per month. When you complete the quota, you will be in that is called the limited mode. In the limited mode, for instance, you are restricted to navigate or to enter only to certain domains that you will define here. Okay? But this is in the case of you are using this scheme of QoS. That is not mandatory. For other cases, as you probably are doing, you are providing unlimited data for the user. Right? Of course, navigating at 2 megabits per second or 4 megabits per second. But anyway, no, it's unlimited data. Right? So it's in use for the platform. And here is the interesting part: applicable network segments. The applicable network segments is another concept. It's a table that is telling you how you are assigning physical resources for the different managed groups. Let's imagine you got 2 spots in KU sports. Okay, we are providing service for the north side of the country and for the south side of the country. Okay, you got 2 spots in KU. So let's say you got 2 network segments. One network segment covering this area, another network segment covering this area. Okay, in a multi-spot satellite. Here. So let's say I got here 200 visas connected to this network segment, and I have here 300 VSATs. So my network is 2 network segments, 500 VSATs in total. This is the point of view of someone who is dealing with the infrastructure. He will tell you the capacity here, the frequencies, polarization, and so on. Right? But there will be some customer that will tell you, look, I want to provide connectivity for 50 VSATs across all the country. Maybe there are 10 here and 40 here. Or maybe there are 25, 25. Or maybe 1 here and 49 here. Who cares? But anyway, at the end, I need connectivity for 50 VSATs across the full network. Right? Okay, so you need to define for this a management. Okay, you will say, okay, you will get the management number 10. And now you need to calculate. Let's say that this customer is he needs 10 visas here in the management 10 and 40 visas here in the management 10. In this case, you need to take part of the capacity for these visas and for this group of visas. Right? Okay, how you will do that? Let's assume in the downlink we got let's imagine 200 megabits per second forward capacity here and up to 150 megabits per second here. Okay, in the forward. So in the north, I can provide by satellite up to 200 megabits per second. In the south, I can provide up to 150 megabits per second. And my customer arrived here and he told me I need 50 VSATs that they will get, let's say, 50 megabits per second. Why? Because I'm planning to provide 1 megabit per second per VSAT. Okay? So in the contract, I will ask you to give me connectivity for 50 VSATs installed across all the Indonesian territory, okay? Providing up to 1 megabit per second per VSAT in the port. Okay, so you need to get 50 megabits per second from the total, from the 350 megabits per second that you can put into your network. Right? Okay? How do you plan this in the system? Your logic will be, okay, I need to assign 1 megabit per VSAT. Right? Since I'm installing 10 in the north, I will use how many megabits? 10 megabits here, right? And I will use how many megabits here? 40 megabits per second here, making it total 50. So that's the idea. The managed group 10, is taking 10 megabits per second from the network segment 1 and 40 megabits per second from the network segment 2. Right? And I have to discount. Now I got 190 megabits per second available in the north and 110 megabits per second available in the south. Here, is that clear? Okay? So this is the way that I can divide resources, physical resources in the network for different management. The model could be more complex. Okay? Of course, imagine the case of KA or systems, where every spot is more or less the size of a city. And I can have maybe 50 spots, 50 at least different network segments. Okay? In such cases, I need to distribute capacity using this way. So, what is the logic here? What is the logic here? I need a table. I need a table, okay? And my table will tell me something like this. So, let's assume I got two network segments. I got two network segments, okay? In the management table configuration. In the forward, it will take up to 10 megabits here and up to 40 megabits here. That's it. And I will do something similar in the return and so on. So considering this configuration, the platform will understand that for the network segment 1, I will not provide no more than 10 megabits per second. In the network segment 2, I will not provide more than 40 megabits per second for this management. And this is the table that you are seeing here. Applicable network segments means those network segments where this manager will get from which network segments this manager will get the resources. Okay, so in this case, since we got only one network segment, it will get resources only for the network segment 1. Okay, and in the forward, for instance, it will take up to 300, I don't know how many megabits per second. Since it exceeds the real physical capacity of the network segment, that means that this manager can take everything from the manager. Okay, there are two ways to do that. If you want the manager taking all the resources that they are available there without any calculation, you put a number that is absolutely high, or you simply put 99999 times. That means that infinity. Okay, like this. What is that? Okay, this sequence of lines means that take all that you find. Okay, clear? So I'm doing this definition, taking the MIR and CIR in the forward, MIR, CIR in the return. Okay, what else? The CDR limit in the whole managed group, the amount of concurrent voice over IP sessions, ping connections, and so on. Okay? And mobility support if it's available for one network segment or not. Maybe the user needs mobility. One of these stations is moving around. Okay, so it could be enabled here, or in both network segments. Clear? Okay, for every case, I can have this as a maximum. So this will be the MIR. No? So maybe I need to define also a CIR. The users are not getting all the time 1 megabit per second. According to the degradations, for instance, or congestion, maybe they will receive less. Okay, considering the operation conditions. Clear? Here, that's the way how you will divide physical resources among the different managements. Okay? There's another thing that is here that is the forward QoS mode, and it says MG level or VSAT level, and I cannot. And I cannot change it, as you notice, right? The QoS mode. You see, I cannot change it here. Why? Because this mode is coming from the managed group itself configuration. If I go to the managed group, I will go to the general configuration, and I will see that every managed group has its QoS mode defined either as a managed group level or VSAT level. Okay, so this is something that it will pass to the management configuration when I'm doing the allocation of resources. You see, it's managed group. It's taken as the managed group level definition that I have into the network segment 1. Okay, and what is the difference between managed group and level and VSAT level? The difference is that when you are using management level, okay, basically you are dividing the capacity among all the VSATs without any special restriction. When you are using the VSAT level, you are using something that is called PUS, Paired User System. And what is that? Is when you allocate quota per VSAT, you share according to some rules, okay? And it's the style that is for consumer, basically, okay? In general, in enterprise applications, what we are using commonly is the managed group. When you are using quota per VSAT, when you are using some kind of control degradation, when you are using limited mode, when you are blocking the VSAT that it exceeds its quota, all those features, they are related to the VSAT level style. When you are not operating on this way, you use the management style that is the most common for the enterprise applications. Okay, we will notice and we will see the difference when we will go to the total NMS explanation. Sorry, total control explanation, that is the QoS. How does the QoS operate into the platform? Okay, right now, we need to know just that the manager can operate in one of these modes, MG or VSAT. MG means the common style for most of the applications. VSAT level is using this style similar to the mobile phones when you get your quota, for your data, you can top up, you can remove quota, you can get offer, something like that. Okay, that is another universe. Clear? Questions? Is everything clear? Sure.
Can we use a particular visa for finance?
You can
When network
to assign one visa for one specific managed group in
we specify
the network segment. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Uh-huh.
The time visa for connection is right or we specify.
Yeah, there are some cases for that. I clearly understand the question. You are saying, if I need one visa that is located here, how can I choose if this visa is connected to this network segment or to this network segment, right? Okay. Well, there are different situations, different scenarios. Let's think about it. If we have two different spots that they are physically pointing to different places, I got different carriers, right? So this is the network segment 1 and this is the network segment 2. If I'm located here, the only option that I have is the network segment 1. If I move to the south, the only option is the network segment 2. Okay? This is the first case. They are physically separated in different locations, right? Okay, that's the first case. There are some cases where you got two network segments over the same territory. Saying, for instance, maybe this is the network segment 1 and the network segment 2. They are over the same spot. They are inside, the same spot, because they belong to two different operators. Saying, for instance, Teleglobal installs a second network segment over your infrastructure, and you share the service or the infrastructure this way. They are having their VSATs, you are having your VSATs, and you need to choose. There are some VSATs here, some VSATs there. Okay, this is something that you can enforce into the installation, selecting according to the frequency configuration. When you put the frequency configuration, you select for the VSAT if it will be fitting here in this carrier or fitting there in that carrier. That's another case. But of course, you need to define it physically on the VSAT. In that case, the VSAT will change from one network segment to another network segment. So in such case, you need a special kind of configuration that is telling to the VSAT that it needs to relocate automatically to this or that network segment without any restriction. Okay, so anyway, at the end of the day, it's completely possible, it's feasible. Okay, just remember, if this is a physical separation between areas and carriers, you do not have any option that to choose the one that is on your coverage. If they are overlapped, but they belong to two different companies, for instance, during the installation, you choose by frequency which one will be the one for the visa. And actually, remotely, you can migrate the visa. Say this is a customer that passed from this company to the other company, do the price. Okay? You simply change the parameters of the visa pointing to the same satellite, but it changed from one network segment to another network segment. It's possible. And also in the mobility case. Right? Because it needs to jump from from one network segment to a different network segment because it's moving across, different coverage areas. It's completely possible. Okay?
What I mean is, in the first network segment, there is 200 visa.
No, 200 megabits per second, that's capacity. 200 megs at the top, yeah.
So, the third visa to have connectivity network segment 2.
All of them.
Can be using or it can be randomly.
No. It's because what I'm saying here is maybe 10 visas out of 200 they belong to the management 10. The other 190 visas there will belong to a different management. It's that the management 30, management 1, management 3, that it will be the maximum capacity. So eventually, what I'm saying is that what I forgot to remark is that every visa needs to belong to one management. Okay, you always create the management only inside the visas. Okay, so it's implicit, but I was not clear that there are other managements here that they are making in total 200 visas. Okay, more questions? Clear? Perfect. So I believe it's time to get the lunch, and we will resume at 1:30. Okay? Sorry. Yeah, 1:30. Yeah. Okay. So let's take our lunch. Please activate the air conditioner.
Ada meeting.
Dipin aja posisinya misalnya.
Iya, kata ini tulis.
Di force. Apa perlu fighting?
Belum dipas kan? Dipas yang itu. Berapa? Gak perlu dia aja di situ.
Dari yang ini
Ke apa kali?
Enak sih.
ini dari apa
Jadi kalau ada Coca-Cola, masa ini
Bisa, cuma Mas Selamat dengan gedean aja mana poinnya cek. Pasal 2 bisa kan?
Lupakan ini aja yang gue ya.
Kalau pindah ke bawah. Cuma merekamnya ini ya, sensitifnya apa ini rekodnya ini. Enggak masalah. Kita tinggal pilih ini doang, ya. Pilih ini pindah kamera.
mau pindah sekarang.
Cek dulu.
Cek ruangannya nanti.
Itu masalahnya di bawah tuh kemarin mau meeting Mas Ari terus nggak bisa. Kursi ini kok di situ satu. Ditambah kursi banyak.
Hah?
Kurang.
Bikin dua baris aja ya, belakang depan belakang. Bikin dua baris dua baris.
Eksplorasi ini ya, Pak.
Atau 2 sesi, Pak.
Iya. Ada sesi malam nggak? Oh.
Tidur.
Sesi malam.
Jadi belakangan aja.
Dulu Mas. Gimana aja?
Silakan dibuka. Ayo buka. Iya, makanya ini. Lihat sekarang. Oh, kayak lewat. Jadi kawan ya, Pak. Jadi kawan dari.
Masih nggak tahu.
Kayaknya itu aja air purifier itu boleh gitu.
Bang karo ayu cedak dari mampir karo sak. Wah, kalau Bang cak omong macam-macam rasane rasa dia. Jadi cak omong iso nganti bengi. Ya. Oke, ya, nuwun. Ya maksudnya sing kuwi ya kuwi sakjane wis cukup sing kae men gak iso sing kuwi juga bisa pas dalam kuwi dadi ora potongan foto. Oh, kan wis tanda tangan ya tapi nek iso ya tapi yo gawe. Bisa dijaluk dhewe. Oh. Ya. Sampai nafsu edit mantap. Hah? Aku lagi mereka tapi sama aku seperti itu. Maksudnya waktu ini kan mereka maksudnya kayak puisi atau penyanyi atau karena perlu ada lagi kan waktu ini ada orang harus nyanyi karena ini yang di teman itu pada hah? Iya, temannya orang konsisten oke teman. Jenengan so cuma angkat toh. Mas ngobrol. Satu mengira dibahas ya mas kemudian ya situ dia oh iya, kayak ukurannya barang kan ukuran banner itu loh. Iya. Koordinasi apa? Ya wes kalau saya bayar ya. Ya, kan belajar. Ya, thank you very much. What did you take your yeah. Yes. Of course. It was good. I know that I will not touch the red, this sauce. Yeah.
It's very close.
It's very close.
It's tasty.
It's fine. It's successful for me. I mean, I like it, but I cannot take it too much because I start to sweat.
Yeah. So do you know what is the
Sorry, current situation there.
The gilat headquarters.
I talked yesterday with my boss. He told me that everyone is working remotely from home. Okay. There are few people only going to the office. Thanksgiving, all the people, all the staff is safe. Same among the family, so it didn't affect to the people directly, the people there. But since you know what, Israel, since this is
Located near the destination of the
well, it's
randomly, I think.
Israel is very very small country. It's actually the place where I live, Lima. It's bigger than Israel itself. Okay, so
But it's not affecting the office yet, the attack.
the rockets they can hit Tel Aviv.
Sorry?
The rockets
Yeah.
they can hit Tel Aviv where Gilat is located.
But it's not near or but small country, so maybe
It's very small. All the people talk about this Israel. It's really small. I will show you
yeah.
the map. Okay, it's you are crossing in 2 hours and something, 4 hours maximum from this point up to this point. 4 hours by car. You are crossing the full country from here to here. Jerusalem is here. It's 1 hour from Tel Aviv. Okay, this is the Gaza Strip. It's 1 hour, 1 hour going from Tel Aviv to West Bank and 1 hour going to the Dead Sea. So in 2 hours you are crossing the country. 2 hours by car. 2 hours here is Jakarta.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
My home is 2 hours.
2 hours away. It's impossible.
this gilat office.
Gilat is here near Tel Aviv.
Traffic here.
This area, it's called Petah Tikva. Petah Tikva is a kind of district, okay, and Gilat, headquarters is here. Is here. Okay, so this is the street, sorry, this is the place where it's located. As you will notice, it's practically part of the city. And from Gaza to Tel Aviv, you look, it's just 40,
Yeah, 1
74
hour, 2
kilometers.
hours.
Yeah, 74 kilometers. So basically, there are some rockets that they can arrive to Tel Aviv easily. So yeah, it's a big problem. Of course, you know, it's crazy, you know. And I got some friends that they live here in the south. Looking at the map, notice this. You see this dotted line? This?
Yeah.
Okay, this is actually not Israel. It's what they call the occupied area. So basically, there are several Arab places here, but they are under the authority from Israel. Okay, so it's like a kind of occupied country, but all the West Bank is this. So Israel is so small as this. It's like a big city. It's not a full country or, you know, plenty of place. So everything is close. So the massacre, it occurs near from this area. But it's a desert. No? But it's complicated. They can attack Jerusalem, you see. But this is the capital. Actually, most of the industry, most of the things their official links with the country over there. So most of the things are happening there in Tel Aviv.
Because it's the area of conflict, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So there are all the business, all the embassies, everything is located in Tel Aviv. But internally, for administrative purposes, it's Jerusalem. But actually, Jerusalem is divided in sectors. One sector is for the Arabs, one sector is for the Jewish. Well, all the time, there are some conflicts there, but it never escalates on this way. You know, this time it was such. And the problem is the people in both sides, Jewish, Arabs, they are trapped against the pressure that is coming from Occident and also from the Arab world. Because, you know, in a so tiny place, it will be easy to solve the situation, right? Moving people here, moving people there, that's it. But they rather to get them trapped there inside and create this kind of vicious situation. So that's the real problem. That's the real problem there. Because when you talk with the common people, they do not like the situation of war. And there are some places where the people really coexist and live in peace without any problem. Because if your neighbor is, let's say, has a store and you need something from him, okay, it's not your interest if he is Arab or not, or if he's Jewish or not. You simply go there, get stuff, and he do not want to be affected in his business because he support his family on that, and the other don't want to go to the war. So common people is not interested in that. But there are always people who is problematic. As here, I noticed yesterday, I talked also with the taxi driver about the problems in the past with terrorism here, fundamentalism terrorism here, in Indonesia, for instance. No, there's always some people who think that this is the solution, or this is the way to do that. No? But to solve things, but it's absurd. Looking at the situation from the outside, you cannot understand what's on their mind.
We cannot understand the listener.
Yeah. What's happening in the mind of these people to do that? No explanation. I cannot get the explanation.
No.
Well, so at least all of them, they are okay. There are some friends of mine that they were outside Israel working, and they cannot turn back. That is worse. You know, you are traveling, working, and suddenly you cannot turn back to the country that is involved in the situation, and your family is there. It's crazy. So let's hope it will solve soon, but apparently it will not be the case. At least today I read that Israel says that they do not have enough evidence of Iran being involved there. Iran says that they didn't anything there, and Hamas is supposedly asking for a ceasefire. So basically, or apparently, there are some hopes for Pacific solutions. Who knows? Now already there are. I was talking with my boss, and he told me, you know, I'm talking here with you, and we hear some explosions. I don't know where they are, but they are here, there, because it's a very, very small place. Really, it's very difficult. Something that most of the people cannot understand, for instance, is that as any other country, it needs some territory to defend itself. No, I mean, distance is a kind of a barrier. In case of there is an invasion, it takes some time to cross the desert, to cross some distance to enter into the country. If they reduce the territory, if they continue exchanging territory, one day they will simply be like a city, and the situation could be a disaster. In this case, they entered, they act as they want, since they were in the middle of the desert. It was terrible because they lost almost 1,000 people. But anyway, it would be worse if it would be close to the city or next to a big city. It would be even worse. So that's the problem.
sophisticated approach to identify. Israel has like protect protection mechanism that maybe like the dome. Yeah. The dome that the rocket cannot enter in.
Yeah, it's supposed. They say that every single design that they use is very expensive. So the system can detect rocket or bombs that they can estimate where they can land. They could land. So if they will fall down someplace that is not populated, they simply select another rocket to intercept. And besides, the system was saturated because it was a bomb using 1,000 rockets or something like that. So the Iron Dome doesn't have the capacity to repair all this amount of rockets. Besides, it costs a lot. It costs a lot of money. A lot of money. So this is one of the biggest problems that they have. The only solution is to destroy the rockets on the ground. The people who is together. Is the problem. But right now. sure.
Every day.
Hmm?
Every day.
Every day?
Every time.
Every time. Yeah, every day. Yeah. I do not like it too much. I do not have to do that, but in general, I eat. I drink a lot, especially when it's so hot. I try to left it, but difficult. Sometimes I need it. I did it mostly due the sugar. Due the sugar. So sometimes I need it. The moment when I take more. In the morning, I rather to eat something fresh, juice, vegetables, fruit, something like that, up to the night. In the night, I like to take coffee, soda, eat a lot. I don't know why. Anyway, it's a bad habit that I developed since I rather to work during the night. 10, 11, midnight, I still work. So that's why I took a heavy dinner, a lot of soda, coffee during the night. Through the day, I was still sleeping, no, or resting. But, okay.
You not smoke.
No, okay. I don't like it. I tried, but really don't like it. Don't see the point of that.
Never try.
I don't see the point. Besides, here in this side of the world, it's a kind of acceptable custom, right? People smoke easily, but over there, where institution, even if you are a teacher, you are in the middle of a campus, of a university, you cannot like that cigarette. Or maybe, well, of course, cinemas, shopping, several places they have public places, public spaces, they have the rule of non-smokers, transportation, everywhere, parks. So eventually over the time, it's kind of difficult to find people who smoke. Yesterday I was talking with Nick, with well, there was Johnny, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, I was talking with him, and I asked for the box of the cigarette. Okay, here, as any other countries, the box contains an image of people who are dying, who is ill, trying to warn you about the potential problem that the cigarettes bring to your life. I remember a friend of mine who was Chinese. let me notice that, no? He showed me the box from China, and it was really very nice design, and it doesn't have any kind of problem around. It was just like a box, I don't know, canvas. You know why the government is not sending this kind of message to the people? It's because they get a lot of money from the taxes. So the policy there is just to increase the taxes on the cigarettes, but do not forbid the people to smoke. When they still get the people to smoke, most of the people has freedom to do that, even starting to do that at least, and then they smoke a lot, they get, locked in this world, so they pay a lot of money for that. In general, it's something that I really hate all my life. No one smoke in the family. Nowadays, it's hard to smoke there in the city. It's not socially accepted. So, this is the only good habit that I have. But here, the people really smoke heavy. Same as. No, I do not like too much alcohol. I have to say, I don't have any special reason to avoid alcohol. I mean, not religious, no healthy, or anything like that. But in general, I know my body. So sometimes I drink just a beer. Sometimes a little bit of wine, maybe in a special occasion, going outside or a ceremony. Okay, but that's my limit. That's the only thing that I will accept. No? So, for instance, if I'm going outside with a group of friends, at the end it could be 1 beer, 2 beers, too much. Yeah? It's not my my style. Okay, maybe a ceremony, okay, a little bit of champagne or maybe some wine. Okay, I take it. But any more than that, any more. But there is no special reason for that. There is another thing that I do not do. It's to eat pork. Pork. I cannot eat it. But it's not delicious. It's to my head. It's very difficult for me to do my digestion when I eat pork. So yeah, if I try it really I suffer during 2 days. So I rather go. Some people think that I have some religious limitation, but no, in general, I like it, but I don't want to complicate my life. Yeah, so sometimes, especially when I'm traveling, all things that I used to do before in the past, it was to try the local beer whenever I go. Okay, but it was something that I did at the end of the week. So I worked during the whole week. I asked the people about the local beer, and I tried one by myself, in the hotel or something like that. So it was something that I used to do in the past. Nowadays, I rather not to drink. But it reminds me that when I went to Vietnam, people there they drink a lot. They really drink a lot. And actually, I remember we take lunch in the hub. So I went to the dining room, we entered there, and they start to cook beers. Like this, like a party. All over the table. I start to think, okay, I will drink a little bit. And then, every day. I really was surprised because even if it's a little bit of beer, it necessarily will affect, especially if the weather is hot. Because you feel kind of heavy, kind of dizzy, that you are taking that. So yeah, it happened to me there. Every day they were drinking alcohol. I assume maybe it's because I was there and they take the opportunity to make it a kind of celebration. I don't know. Maybe it was. But I cannot believe that it will be, the common situation that you will go to your office and you get drunk. Because really they easily bring each one 2 or 3 years like this. They were really happy, absolutely happy, doing that all the time. That was the place where I saw the people drinking a lot, and same in Africa, in Congo, because but it varies. Every country has its own culture. I do not have any problem with that. In general, I am flexible to adapt to those things, but I try to stay away of some trouble. Hey, how are you doing?
Okay. You want to go to ETC?
ETC?
After the
Yeah, sure, sure. What's the name of this place? ITC?
ATC? Coba kamu
Like this?
sini. This.
Yeah.
This.
Okay. Where do we are? Oh,
No, no.
suppose where do we are?
Mas oh, can find that.
Let's see.
Not Jakarta. Not Jakarta.
North Jakarta. And we are
Can you not? This. There. Lapangan di semua.
at the Sagani Mall. Okay. Well,
I think.
considering the traffic, right? Because it's 2 kilometers away from here.
No, I think until 5 and around 5.
But this is the mall.
Yes.
This is the mall where I'm located.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, we are here,
Okay.
right? And look, this is 2 kilometers. So
Yeah.
it's 3 kilometers, but considering the mall in Indonesia is here.
Yes.
But considering the traffic, it's maybe 30 kilometers.
Can you like the picture in the side building?
Okay. It's out of stock in the area home stores. I went to 3 malls and they say the same. This is something that I want. The other thing that I want is some kind of clothes. My wife is always asking me something about the clothes, typical clothes. She likes something like this. I don't know how it's called here. In Thailand, it's called sarang. Let's see. In Thailand, they use some kind of pants like this. Huh? Bati.
Yes.
Ah, page. Like this.
A-K.
D-E-R.
Sorry,
A-A-B-B-E-I-I-K.
I-K.
Batik.
Batik.
Batik pants.
Yeah.
I remember I found one for her exactly like this in a small shopping that it was like, in that style. It's not in the mall. It's one kind of more popular. More I found it something like that. She liked this kind of stuff, and also for my daughters, they like this cool clothes for her for them. So this is what I'm looking for: clothes, some presents, something typical from here, you know, some typical, some souvenirs, some stuff that is produced here, something that you can find here. I commonly get stuff in the airport, as the magnets, for instance, for the, but it could be clothes, it could be. Sometimes there are some pictures, for the wall, some handcraft stuff that you can find there. This kind of thing. And of course, the prices for the electronics. This is important for me. And clothes also. But I've noticed there are some stuff that is really expensive, right? Here. Havaianas, Indonesia. I look for that. This is a Brazilian-made, shoe. Thirty-one soles. It's almost the same, no? It's 20 something there in my country. This kind of. I found also another store that it's Melissa, that it's for shoes. It's also from Brazil. But it's expensive. Here is very expensive. There is like 80 soles. Here is like 70. 70. Oh, it's the same price. But in the shopping, I found it in a very this my babies, they like it too much. It's for my daughter. And something like I remember also I brought some candies. There are some candies made from ginger, right? From here, but they are different. It's not sweet. It's kind of different. Ginger. From ginger. It was from here. Yeah,
Is candy or?
yeah. It's like this. I remember I brought it to Peru. Everybody was crazy about it. The flavor is different, so they like it too much. What else? My mom. The name
Ginger for the Indonesia is jahe.
Jahe. My mom also likes those kind of pashminas that you use.
Pashmina is-
Yeah. But maybe it's not typical from here, right? It's most something that you find in Thailand.
Arabic.
Maybe.
Arabic kapar Pashmina.
Really?
Yes.
Maybe. But yeah, it's a kind of pashmina. It's a kind of stuff that they use here. And I found it a lot of that stuff in Thailand, in silk, made in silk. It's also cheap. What else? Candies, chocolates from here, clothes for family, for as a present, key rings. This
I think maybe tomorrow I have something by my something unique for the food in my house. Around my house have the like souvenir for the food. I think I can give you tomorrow.
Oh.
That's unique because this is my unique was from my born
Your
area,
hometown.
hometown.
Okay, but it's far away from here. You said 2
Yes,
hours.
very well.
2 hours.
But I can give you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah. It's incredible, but sometimes I found that into the airport in the last moment. Because the airport is full of this stuff, but the problem is that I pay a lot of money for that. No, because if you arrive to any country and you go to the shopping mall, you find exactly the same things, the same brands as you find in your country. The only advantage or the only point is to pay if it's cheaper than in your country. That is not the common case because I went. I so it's pointless to go there. No? So I decided to. And the same thing for the telephone. The cell phone. It's for instance the cell phone. It's very cheaper here. I will tell you 13P. Look, it's 2,200 practically. It's this is 9 million. 9 million, and you find the phone here in 6 million. So it's more or less 50% more expensive. Okay, so I got the 12, I can sell it there, get the money back, and you know, half a million, get my new phone. It's good, it's a good business. It's a good business, but only if I found the telephone on that price here in Indonesia. See? Peru. It's Peru. There are no needs, no restrictions. Whenever I go to I go abroad, I bring up because they are cheaper. Yeah, and there's no problem, no restrictions. You simply declare as a gift. The bands, yeah, Asia and Latin America share almost the same bands, so there's not too much problem with that. And there are several operators there, so you can always choose. But in general, I try to use the opportunity to come here to do that. I remember I get a Xiaomi here in Indonesia. I brought it to Peru and I give it as a gift for my sister. Okay, she's she's a disaster. Okay, she's yeah, so that's why it's so cheap. Exactly. So she broke the screen, and also she bent the telephone. The cell phone was something like this. Okay, and being something that it was from here, a kind of exclusive model from here, there were no way to repair there in Peru. On the next trip that I went to Thailand, I found a place where they repair it in almost 1 million. 1 million, exactly. They took the phone and I said, yeah, sure, 2 hours. I went out, I got to turn back, and it was completely repaired as a new one. I brought it to my country. I have the opportunity to sell there, and I recover my money, including the original price plus the repair plus all the time spent time using the phone. People get crazy on that. It's it's very cheap here. That's cheap here. I remember I also get this. Here I got Xiaomi. I remember Microsoft keyboard also, but it was very cheap. Memories, the SD cards, they are cheaper. It's crazy. A camera, but it was a long time ago. Cameras also were cheaper here. I remember it's at that shopping that I described. There was a shopping that it has the second floor that is dedicated for cameras, only electronic cameras. I cannot remember the name of this. Karawachi.
Mall?
Yeah, a big mall that it has a second floor only for electronics. Only for cameras, sorry. The first floor was full of electronics.
If you go to IDC Cabanas,
Uh-huh. Was with a Malaysian colleague who has there with me. I read the Bible and I was really proud of my home. Because
People is not available in there.
yeah, no, I found out a phone that was nothing, and it was very, fancy, full of icons, features, and so on, cost nothing. So I get, and I was thinking, wow. So I got it. And he was looking at me like, he told me something that, something like the gang members in their country use only something like this. No, he was always looking at me on the street. Anyway, I also remember that I brought the song to my country. I lost it one day. I jumped out of the taxi. I was holding my daughter, and I didn't notice that the phone fell down. When I turned back, the phone was not there. I tried to track it, it appeared on the other side of the city. So I decided to forget it. Okay? And I tried to call, they disconnect the phone.
Yeah.
Nothing happened, so I forgot this phone. But 2 or 3 days later, someone is calling me. The person who was on the other side calling me back. And he told me about it. I found your telephone. Do you want it back? Sure. I said, will it be offended for you if I offer you 50 soles, that it's about 200,000? Yeah, as a reward. He says, no, it's not a problem, I will go there. He went back with the phone, he gave me the phone, and I said, no, I thought you pretend to keep the phone with yourself. And he told me, yeah, I tried. But it was impossible to find someone. No one knows this. Yeah, I want this one.
Already get.
No. I got the 12. I got the 12th gig. The 12th gig. This is the 12th gig. And I got actually an offer for this one. that is 4 million more for this that is used. There's someone who wants to pay me 4 million there. So if I get it in 2 million, in 6 million, sorry, I can, upgrade my account. Yeah, for nothing. So, but the first thing is to find the phone here because apparently everybody got the phone here.
Xiaomi is very popular here.
Yeah, no, everywhere. All the people like much same. It's not so special, but I believe it's very reliable and has a lot of features that they justify the price. It's not so expensive. Yeah. It's not so expensive. No, it's. I do not try other brands because they could be cheaper. For instance, as the Vivo, but they do not have the same features. No? The Vivo is coming full of bloatware. The screen is not so good. It's fragile. So yeah, in general, I rather other brands. Xiaomi is very good.
Your official price is 6,500,000.
Exactly. That's the price that I want. That's the price that I want because, as I said, I got the offer of about 1 million there in my country. Someone wants to get my old phone in 1 million. 4 million. So 2.5 million for a new phone. It's a good deal. If I find it. If not, I will have to return and pay there in my country 9 million. Doesn't make any sense. It's 50% overpriced.
Yeah.
No, it's computers also. What else is cheaper? I don't know. So that is what I'm looking for here.
By the way, I get email for request Jake's passport.
To create your password.
Yes, but I already created the password.
Great.
So
Just wait for it.
The next step.
Go back to the email. So you receive the second So you already received the second email, customer login. If you got your password, if you receive your password, you are okay. Check it now. Go to my courses and then you will find xHub basic operation.
certification. Right.
Yes, sir. So this website can be accessed lifetime.
Yeah, there's no switch. The certification, if I'm not mistaken, over the time they try to make it with a kind of expiration date. Okay, because it doesn't make too much sense to being certified, let's say, in the version 4.9, 4.1, and being now in the version 5.6, saying that you are certified operator, right? So, if I'm not mistaken, it's there is still some kind of expiration date, but in general, the access is always there for you. Since you can take other courses, or keep the maintenance of the platform for years. So there are no special restrictions on that. Okay, so we were commenting the installation of the visa. Okay, well, management configuration, the IP configuration of the managed group, we can add several segments. Those segments, they will be assigned for, they will represent the pool of IPs that I will assign for the visa. Okay, the first IP address in the segment is always reserved for the managed group itself. Okay, and I will show you why, or I will tell you why it's configured like this. Okay, you can also add some domains, some IPs that they can be accessed by the VSAT when it's working in limited mode. Limited mode is when the VSAT completes its quota and it's not able to navigate anymore. Okay, this is an option. You got the option to limit the VSAT or cut the service. So the VSAT is not able to pass traffic anymore. Okay? Management configuration, then you got this set of parameters. Okay, backhauling. The network segment, you remember, no? How can I take resources from the different network segments? You select the network segment. Let's say in this case, the network segment 1, I will put in the forward 10 megabits per second as the MIR, and 0 maybe as the CIR. Okay? Managed group level or VSAT level is something that you are getting from this network segment 1 itself. Okay? So that's some parameter that I cannot change. Full of lines means all that you can, all the traffic that is available. CBR limit here is equal to 0, meaning that no one in the managed group can receive CBR allocation. If I put 1000, no, that means that 1 megabit per second will be available for the VSATs. Maybe 2 VSATs in 500 kilobits per second. Okay, and that will be the maximum of CBR that I will offer inside this managed group. How many voice over IP sessions? 1000. Saying that up to 1000 VoIP calls can progress simultaneously, having internal prioritization. It is possible to make more calls, but the quality is not guaranteed. Okay? So the system can identify natively voice over IP traffic and prioritize it as a real-time traffic. But if you get a network that is putting a lot of phone calls internally into the managed group, it will of course collect a lot of resources, okay, affecting other services. Okay, so you need to limit how many phone calls can progress simultaneously, meaning how many resources you will allocate at the end for this kind of service. Okay, you can put, for instance, 0 if you want. If you are not expecting VoIP sessions inside. How many ping connections is the same story? Up to 100 ping sessions running simultaneously. Okay, why? There was a platform, this is not this one, okay, that we use for a very good customer that it's the oil company, an oil company there in my country, okay, that they control remotely. One day, one genius have the good idea on their side to see if the links they were worked properly. So he got some those tools from the internet that is performing a ping massively to all the stations all the time. So you could imagine doing ping constantly to a remote station that is holding only 64 kilobits per second. Exactly. Two absurd things. Sometimes all the traffic was pinged, so there was no the telemetry that they want to collect from the remote station, so it doesn't work for them. And sometimes the ping was not working. Even if the station was online and passing traffic, they didn't see the ping, or they saw a high delay, so they assumed, no, it's not working. It's not for our purpose. Okay, so there are some people who is trying to do that. You cannot do that on a satellite system, because if you see the station online in the NMS, there's no need to make ping to the other station just to see if it's alive, right? Why? Because it costs a lot of money. Okay, so that's the reason why we are limiting also the amount of ping sessions in the management. We can put it 2, so 2 computers simultaneously can pass this kind of traffic. Otherwise, it will be allocated as a best effort. So if it can pass, okay. If not, who cares? Okay, this is the purpose of this. Subscriber average forward and peak forward throughput is something that you use in general as a reference for the load balancing calculation. Okay, so this is a reference that the system uses internally for its calculation. Okay, so it's not relevant, so no need to put it here. Same as this number that is in use for the what's the name of this load balancing algorithm 2. But in this case, it is necessary to put the number. Okay, you put here the more or less expected number of visas that you will put here. In our example, it will be 50. If you remember, our purpose is to allocate 50 visas for this managed group. Okay? The master network segment ID, again, is for the load balancing, mobility support. If it's enabled in the managed group features, okay, you can put it here enabled. So it will allow you to allocate mobility profiles in order to communicate the visa with the ACU. Okay? Here is backhauling traffic, backhauling MIR excluded, backhauling MIR here excluded, and how many kilobits or megabits you will assign for the backhauling traffic. What is the idea here? As I mentioned it yesterday, backhauling is a kind of technique that it will assign real-time resources for some kind of traffic. Say, for instance, voice over IP. Okay? So we got two models. Let's imagine you got one visa that it can transmit up to 1 megabit per second. Okay, it's the SLA. This is the record from one visa. Okay, I will comment you some example that I have for it. There was a bank for the government that it was opening offices in the middle of nothing, in very remote areas, in very isolated towns. Okay, so they put a visa over there. Okay, and they pass on traffic for their common operations. Being some government entity, okay, they decided to add also the voice over IP service as a kind of communities service. Okay, so being an isolated place, they connect to the visa some kind of the question is, this traffic, let's say this is, again, 1 megabit per second. If this traffic is real time, when the maximum traffic starts to flow here, okay, it will occupy fully the capacity and will left the bank without services. Okay, so what you need to consider is that if this traffic starts to flow, it should be located here. Let's say out of band, moving in total 2 megabits per second. If this traffic is present, make place for this new traffic and move in total 2 megabits. If not, not a problem. But anyway, the resources for other services that the local office has, they cannot be affected for this. Okay? But in other cases, let's assume this is a particular user who is paying you for services for this visa. If they want, they can make all their traffic fully. But if not, they can share, but it's their problem. As long as they are paying me for this, I'm happy. Okay? So the backhaul traffic that is here, it could be included or excluded. And of course, it needs to have a maximum. Okay? So if it is included, it cannot exceed the SLA I defined for this visa. If it is excluded, of course, I need to consider what is the maximum amount that I can put for this visa, considering, of course, the link budget and the network capacity considerations. Clear? Okay? Same for the return, same for the forward. Okay? That means I can define real-time traffic for a visa, saying that it will take exclusive resources from the network. If I define this as included inside the SLA, it can easily consume all the resources that this customer has assigned. If it's defined on this way, is there a problem? How do they handle this? Okay, if they choose to pass fully backward traffic and kill other services. If not, I can consider backward outside of the traffic that is called backhaul. So in that way, I have to put a limit maximum for the backhaul and consider that the VSAT can make in total all the backhaul plus the backhaul traffic. Okay, this is the configuration that I can do for the VSATs in the management. So this is in general for the management. Okay.
Okay, probably it must be paid for this performance, or this is standard in the hub.
You got for the license. You pay for the license. You pay for the license of backhauling. Okay, it's not supported natively. It's supported in the platform, but you need to activate using the license. But it depends on the kind of services that you are providing. Okay, for internet access, for instance, it doesn't make any sense. For transaction, for cellular backhaul, for video conference, for video surveillance. Okay, let's say this camera to run VSAT and control some place. It's possible. Okay, I remember there was one who arrived to our office saying that I need to pass traffic only in the on the inbound, just traffic from one camera, HD camera, 4 megabits per second in the return, constantly, all the time, no jitter, just for surveillance. Okay, we said no, it's almost 4 megahertz, 4,000 megahertz. It's almost 16,000 dollars just a segment per month. Okay, so the total cost we estimate, it's almost 20,000 more or less monthly. He says, okay, no problem. Yeah. Really? Yeah, because they were doing the supervision for a gold mine in the middle of nowhere. The camera. DVR, for the DVR, remotely the DVR, and pass one camera at a time and controlling remotely the VCR. So the solution has to include that. To put the antenna, to put the VSAT, the DVR, control it remotely, and also from time to time grab the recordings remotely over satellite, everything over satellite. And even more, it's ridiculous because this mine was located 5,000 meters over the sea level. 5,000 meters. That is really cold and very, very isolated. So we have to get a special antenna that it has the icing system. Okay? No one considered that at the beginning. But when we realized that it was a lot of snow over there, okay, we say, okay, we need the antenna. A common dish of that you are using here is $200, $300, right? Brodeling, something that you can get even in the second-hand market. No, it's $200, $400, right? But this thing with the icing, it was over $5,000. And no one considered that. Looking at the budget that we put for them, and as they accept, we got two for you if you want. Yeah. that was a crazy project. No, and in this case, for instance, we need to activate the backhauling. But of course, it's justified. No, it's business. It's business. No, I know the platform is full of nice features, okay, but not necessarily we need for all our applications. And we always need a justification for it because the implementation will include other things that you need to consider. Okay, the other case I remember, it was a drone, there was a drone, okay, that it has a lot of sensors and a camera. They communicate by terrestrial with some kind of base that they have, the mobile base that they have closer to it. And from that point, they transmit over satellite all the traffic towards the central command. Okay, crazy. But anyway, in this case, for instance, again, backhauling is the solution, but it's part of the solution because it's adding also mobility. Why? Because the command, as it drops, they move simultaneously. And it's something that, for instance, the border patrol uses in the United States. Drones are moving, the command center are moving, and all the traffic is passing via satellite to the borders that they have across all the world. This is a kind of solution, but anyway, it depends always on the design. Okay, what the lizards they share, or what the lizards do they have in common inside this manifold? Okay, so here's the definition of the profiles. Okay, we will go here to the manager, and we will go here to the profiles. The profiles that I will apply to this manager. Those are the categories we use for the profiles. Okay, and I will describe them one by one. Okay, the first, the most important, that is mandatory, is the SLA, Service Level Agreement. In the SLA, I am defining what is the maximum bit rate that this lizard can do in the forward and the return. I also can define here if the lizard has a quota, okay, what is the limit for this quota and how it can be handled across the month, because this quota is lasting a month by default in the system. Okay. What else? Return classifier and application and classification, both of them, they are mostly the same. The difference is that application and classification works in the forward, and return classifier works in the return. Both of them, they are filters. They are filters. So I can define a filter with the rules for the traffic that I need to prioritize, block, okay, or transport in any special way that I need. Saying, if you remember, yesterday we talked about the Capricorn that it can move from EDMA to SCPC, right? Okay? How can I do, or how can I trigger this condition? Maybe, if the terrestrial link goes down, the router will try to look for an alternative route passing through the visa. So if I start to check that the traffic arrives from this router, then I will go from TDMA to SCPC. So I need to create a filter. If there are some traffic to this server, if there are some traffic coming from this, if there are some traffic present in that VLAN, then go to SCPC. If there are some traffic coming in this with this on this port, maybe it's a kind of attack or a common attack that I detect. Maybe I can block it. Okay, if this is an APM and I want just to pass traffic on this to this from this IP to this IP using this and that port. Okay, allow only this kind of traffic, nothing else. Okay, in order to block any attempt to hack the network. Okay, so application and classification and return classifier, both of them, I repeat, those are filters that we are using for the QoS. Those are filters based on give-serve. Give-serve is pretty standard, so you can understand easily the rules, the algorithms, okay, and just defining them as a profiles here. It's something that is mostly related to the form. Okay, the theory that is under those profiles is the same as the give-serve standard theory. Okay, what else? Backhauling. Backhauling is another kind of filter that it separates basically UDP services that they are in use for cellular backhaul, for cameras, video conference, or in general anything that we consider real-time applications, remote control, telemetries, these kind of things that they can go over backhauling. IPsec tunnels. You remember the Capricorn mech, it can open IPsec tunnels, right? So this is basically the IPsec tunnel definition, okay, the parameters in order to create this connection, this secure connection between the VSAT and the other side. Mobility, the definition of the communication between the VSAT and the XU. Okay? Mobility is defined, mobility has the license, then you can create mobility profiles. GMP. P2P, all to multi-point layer 2 VLAN, it's another thing, but it's related, of course, with layer 2, and it's referred to the capacity of propagate the same VLAN from the hub side to the VSATs. Okay? In layer 2, every link between the hub and the VSAT is defined over a specific and singular VLAN for them in layer 2. Okay? But there is a case where you can use this VLAN with one VSAT or multiple VSATs. In that case, it's a communication in point to multi-point elements, right? Okay, so in this case, you need to define this profile that is allowing you to propagate the same VLAN for multiple remotes in layer 2. Okay, this is particular for this application, but anyway, what is important for us up to now, delay, return, and application and classification. That's it. Eventually, for you, as you got the application, works on mobile. Okay? So, for each one of them, I have a definition. I will talk about it on Friday, about the quality of service. So, there are not too much effort to do here. Basically, we are taking already defined the profile. Okay? There's no need to suffer with this by now. And then you will create the VSAT. No? You will go to table view, and you can use the plus symbol to create your first VSAT, or you can use the right click, duplicate, and create a VSAT over the existing one. So you will be sure about the no errors will be present on that. Okay? Let's look at the creation. I will not go over this set of features, licenses, and that's it. If you remember, we already saw the licenses. No? Entering into the manage group, licenses, and you will see the pool, the kind of licenses, and the amount of them that you got into your system. So so I will not repeat that. Let's go to the VSAT configuration or VSAT creation. Now, you go to table view, and you already have the VSAT that is online, right, and the VSAT that is created. There's a very nice feature here that is that you can compare different elements. No? Going here, you do a right click and then select item for comparing. No? Now this is selected for compare. I will go to the second VSAT, right click. I can compare profiles, I can compare VSATs, okay? So compare. And I don't know why it's taking so much time, but anyway, let's wait for it. You will have here a comparison between both VSATs. Side by side on both on the features. No? So basically they are the same. They got different configurations since they got different terminals IDs and names, no, and forward throughput licenses and MAC addresses, for instance. If you remember, I changed it to 10 megabits per second, so the other is using 1020. Okay, so it will remark the differences. So you will check, for instance, if you got a VSAT that is not working well. Okay, what is happening? The other is working, but this one is not. I will open the comparison, and I will check what is the parameter that is wrong.
So it will highlight the different configuration.
Here.
Oh,
Here, like this. For instance, both these ads, they belong to the same managed group, but they got different terminal ID. Or maybe for the IP, no, they got different IPs. You see? So you will see the parameters, no, that they are different between both these ads, and then you can investigate further, go into this, double click over the parameter, and you will check what is the difference. No, you see? In the figure 24, for instance. Okay, all the parameters are the same except this that is remarked like that. So that's it. Okay, that's the first part. You need to create a new VSAT plus. You need to create to duplicate the VSAT. Okay, you go to the VSAT, right click, and duplicate. Okay, it's the faster way to create a new VSAT. Whenever you duplicate using this control. Now first, what I need to do is to delete this VSAT, sure, by VSAT, and create a new VSAT, and I select here the kind of VSAT, a Capricorn, for instance. The system will use the internal firmware that it has for this family. So it will select the most suitable firmware for it. If I have multiple versions, I can choose them. Then the one that I need here. Okay. So for instance, we got only this firmware version, so there is no possibility to change it. And here is the RF cluster, universal RF cluster or RF cluster 91. Okay, if you remember, there was a question some moments ago related to the possibility to change one VSAT from one beam, for instance, to another, changing from one network segment to another, right? If I create a VSAT in the RF cluster 91, this VSAT will operate only on the network segments that they are under this beam. But there is a possibility that the VSAT could move between different beams. An airplane, a car, a boat, right? Okay, so in such cases, what I need to do is to define the universal RF cluster. Okay, in universal RF cluster, the VSAT has the flexibility to change from one network segment, from one RF cluster to another. Okay, mobility. That's the first case. Another case that is possible also is for VNOs. Okay, two companies that they belong to the same, they share the same infrastructure, but they are operating in different network segments or maybe different links that they are overlapping. Okay, so sometimes the VSAT is going here, sometimes the VSAT is going to the other operator, so we can do that using the universal RF cluster. Otherwise, I can select or I can force the VSAT to operate in the RF cluster that I want to allocate this. Okay? What else? The SLA profile, I will select from here the possible SLAs that I have in the system. I select the SLA profile and the return. I selected it. I choose it, select, and that's it. I assigned the basic parameters for this VSAT. Since I'm creating the VSAT under the manage loop 2, I cannot change this parameter, and the VSAT now is on the manage loop 2. I cannot change that. Okay, I created, because you remember, every VSAT belongs to one single manage loop. The terminal ID is something that I will choose for the VSAT. No, I can put any number here. The range is here. Okay, and also I can put a name for it. Okay, temporary or whatever. Okay, I make that it. There are some parameters that they will not affect the operation, but you have still to take care of them if you want to keep them for search purposes. Say the coordinate. The coordinate, if you put the coordinate in the VSAT, it never will affect the operation of the VSAT. But anyway, if you want to make a search based on the coordinates or the city, no, you need this label writing on the VSAT in the database in the NMS in order to find easily your VSAT. Okay, so the name is something that will not affect the operation of the operation of the VSAT, but maybe it's necessary for us for search purposes. No? The license, if you remember, I got licenses for 20 or 10 megabits. 10 megabits is for free. 20, if you remember, we got 18 into the system. Okay, so whenever I'm creating a VSAT that taking because okay, if you remember, this situation, there are three parameters that they are doing the VSAT identity. This is authentication process. Okay, let's say there is coming to visit us. Okay? There is a guard, and he has instruction, of course, to let the visitor enter in here. Okay, according to two cases. Well, there are two use cases for this situation. First, let's say someone is telling to the guard this thing. Tomorrow will come some person from other country, his name, his last name, and ask for the ID. Is this number or passport? Okay, this number. Okay? In that case, of course, I previously have this stored in my database. Okay, so this person will arrive, the guard will ask for this information, we compare with the database, and if there is a match, he will pass. Correct? This is one situation. There is another case. How about if I say to the guard, tomorrow and during this week, we will have a visitor. Okay? So please take his data, store that, and then we will authorize him to visit us during this week. Okay, so in such case, there is nothing in the database. Nothing here. So the first day when this person arrived, okay, the guard will ask name, last name, ID, will take note of this, will store in the database, and the process in the authentication for the next visits will follow the same logic I described before. Okay? You see the difference? You can create in advance the information in the database, okay, to authorize only the person who is arriving with this information, or we can take it the first day on the first visit, take note of it, and then on the next visits use this information to authorize the person to visit us. Here, two different cases. Putting it in the database in advance, manually, or asking on the first visit, putting it into the database and use this information in the future. Here, okay, two cases. Now, let's talk about the NMS. Who is the visitor? The visa. How do you know the identity of the visa? Terminal ID, managed group, MAC address. Exactly. Who is the guard? The NSC. Okay? And in the database, we got this stored into the NMS. Okay? So there are two situations here. First, we can get MAC from the CPE. If I enable it, I will get the MAC from the CPE. Means that, please, when he visits us on the first time, take this data, put into the NMS, and then from now ahead, use this information to authorize this person. This is get MAC from CPE. On the first visit, on the first logon, you take this information, and this will be valid on the rest of the time. Otherwise, if I'm using disable, I will have to put manually here the MAC address of the visa. If the MAC address doesn't match, the visa will not be authorized. Okay? So I got the two possibilities. Let's say I'm giving the visa for, let's say, for a bank or maybe for a military institution. Okay? I give the visa for someone to install in some location. I take note of the MAC address, I put it into the NMS, and this visa will be authorized because it has its configuration matching with the MAC address with the data that I have into the NMS, and I put it in advance. The first case. Otherwise, I can give the visa, put the configuration, create the visa in the NMS. I do not have an idea about the MAC address, but anyway, the first moment when this visa comes online, I will catch this information and I will use for future logos. Here, see, this is the difference here. This is more secure. tuning, that is the common case get back from the CPU. So it will not be complete until the moment when the VSAT is coming online. Starting on this point, the start to download VSAT reboots, it start to download this mini version if it needs. Okay, if it needs. But there's a case where the VSAT needs its firmware, that the VSAT is outside the service area, outside the footprint. That is the case, for instance, for mobility. Right? Let's say I put the VSAT on an airplane. The VSAT is using its firmware all the time, but now I need to update. But I put the airplane outside of the footprint. How could I update the VSAT? Okay. In those cases, because it's not supported for all the VSATs, I can enable it to make it through the LAN port. Say I got the version in my computer, I connect to the LAN port and I update the software locally. Otherwise, all the VSATs are updated on the air. Clear? Okay. So this is not the case. Bye bye. Okay. Say satellite delay. No, it's how to handle the delay. Not trying to allocate transmissions evenly on time. Okay, it's kind of how can I say it? You know, the delay is over the satellite. Okay, it's like saying if I live far away from the office, I always be late, or maybe I do not have an exact hour to arrive to the office. It depends always on the traffic, right? If there are too much people on the street, of course, I will arrive late. If it's light traffic over there, I will arrive early, right? Okay. So basically, in satellite, you can make up this effect trying to using buffers. So you collect the data and then you release them slowly in a uniform way. Okay, so in such way it always look like the data pass always using the same amount of time. Okay, but of course it costs more delay. But you got the options also. There are some traffic that is sensitive to that, so you can do that or not. Okay? Location code. If you assign it, the VSAT has to use that. Okay? Unless in the case of gaps, it's used in the system. Okay? Otherwise, use the default. No problem. Okay? Authorization level, full access or transmission block. Full access means the VSAT can pass traffic. Transmission blocks is equivalent to disable the VSAT. Okay, let's imagine you deploy 10,000 VSATs for the government. Okay, and the last day of the contract, you need to deactivate all those VSATs. Right? Otherwise, you will be fined, or maybe you cannot operate because no one is paying for the service. Correct? So, how you will block those VSATs? You can propagate a massive transmission block order for the VSATs, and all the VSATs they will be only in hearing mode only. They will not transmit, so they will not occupy anything on the satellite, so they can be just collected by your storage team at any moment. So it's equivalent to shut down the network. Okay? Other case, the customer is not paying you, you cut the transmission, so they are not able to pass traffic. Okay, this is the transmission block setting or parameter. Auto-generate quota or the day of the month, what you want to use for the quota and the hour. new visa, the system will decide automatically internally what will be the date for this visa to renew its quota every month. Say in 4 or day 6 or day 15 or day 20. Okay, at which hour? It's something that the system will decide by itself. If not, you can decide here, okay, this visa will renew its quota on 20 at 5 hours in the morning. Okay? What is the risk when you are defining manually the moment when the visa will renew its quota? It happened to us also in the past, when the platform has been developed. Okay? That if you define, for instance, all the visas will renew its quota on the day 1 of the month, people start to use the service, so there is a horrible congestion. It lasts 3, 4, 6 days. In the another visa is renewing its quota. So this guy is stopping passing traffic at the moment when the other one starts to pass traffic. Okay, so you distribute the load across all the nodes. Clear? Okay, that's the idea. But anyway, no point in playing with that if we are not using the visa level mode. That is, I said it's for one purpose only, that is consumer data. Okay? Visa priority. Visa priority. It could be one of 4 values, and it's basically the range that the visa has in its manage group, on the manage group. Okay? So if you create a manage group with 6 visas, you can create some kind of priority for all the visas. Saying 2 visas, they got priority 1, other two visas got the priority 3, and the other 2 visas, they got the priority 4. It's some definition that you create for the QoS purposes. Okay? What is the logic behind that? That in case of contention, when the visas try to get resources, visas with priority 1, in general, will get more resources than the visas with priority 3 or 4. Okay, so it's possible to establish some prioritization at this level for the QoS in the return. This is priority for the return only. Okay, we will study later on this theory to see how it's working. Okay, prevent return allocation borrowing. It means that when the visas try to use the return capacity, okay, in general, all the visas compute to the same set of carriers. Okay, so it's not necessarily easy. It's not easy to control how the visas will take resources from there. So it's very difficult to limit how the visas will share return resources, since you do not have control over it on the air. What I'm trying to say is that forward departs from the same point, from the hub, right? So in this point, you can decide how many megabits for this manage group, for this manage group, and for this manage group. Correct? In the return, you got all the visas trying to enter into the system, and you do not have a way to say, you from the manage group 1, you have to wait, no, or you have to take up to this point, because they are using different carriers and it's a madness. Okay? What you are doing on this way is trying to enforce the visas to use certain resources in order to avoid that some managed groups consume all the return resources affecting other managed groups. Okay? This is a kind of borrowing, no? Let's say if I got this set of carriers, okay, you can take for this managed group this set of carriers, the other managed group this set of carriers, avoiding that one visa can jump from one side to the other. okay, without any control and taking more resources that maybe this group needs. Here, okay, this again, it's by default unchecked, and everything is happening, happiness, letting the system to handle its, to manage its own set of resources. Coordinates, no coordinates, manual or from location code. Every location code in the location code table includes a coordinate. Okay, that is when you are defining a location code. The location code is commonly associated with some central coordinate. Okay, it's not too, nowadays it's not too relevant, but anyway, it could serve as a reference. Supposedly this latitude and longitude should be the center of one area that it belongs, or that it's, it has some correspondence with some location code. Where you will find this coordinate in the location code table. Okay? So if you decide to install some visa, you can assign as a coordinate for this visa this GPS coordinate. Okay? So taking this from the table. It's again crazy thing that it exists in the platform just for the coordinate as a label in the system. Okay? Because you know, I can put it here manual. I can put it, I don't know, less 8, less 90. No, that's 80. No, that's 8. Here 45. Okay, and it will point anywhere in this world. Okay, it will not work. Probably if I put the visa here, it will appear in the map nowhere. Okay, so it exists. Anyway, it's not relevant for us. And here, the IP connectivity. This has a lot of application. There were a lot of customers that they require a lot of features. So the platform has some corners, no, that not all the people explore or know. But anyway, let's see that. Okay, this case is interesting. I will say it in Spanish. Es una vaina ser disléxico. That it's difficult to be dyslexic. And it's real, yeah? I discovered it almost from my 40 and something years old. I always get confused with the word, with the letters, and always write things if I'm doing it faster, not in order. I always believe that I'm distracted person. No, it's me doing it. It's software. It's a software defect. Okay? Host mode works on this way. Look, you got the visa. Okay? Behind, let's say you need internet access at your home, at your house. Nothing else. You just want access internet at home. Nothing special. VLAN, public IP, routing, multicast, IPsec tunnel, mobility, nothing special. You just need your modem at home, your internet connection, and that's it. Okay? You pass traffic 1 mega, 2 mega, 6 megas, it depends on the configuration. Anyway, at the end of the month, you simply pay for it, and that's all. Okay? So you need the minimum, you need the simplest solution, okay? And it should work all the time on this way, right? So let's analyze this case. If I put a visa, and this visa needs an IP, okay? Considering that I will create for internet at home, let's say a network with 6,000 VSATs, I need to plan to allocate 6,000 IPs. Okay, that is crazy, right? Otherwise, I need to imagine how to handle that, how to process that. But at the end of the day, it will not any special effect because it's not my interest to communicate between the VSATs or to track the traffic or make special application over there. Even more, either if they are private or public, has no special effect for the end user because they are not publishing their internal IP or anything like that, right? Okay, what they want is just to pass their traffic for their apps, for what they use in commonly, internet, streaming on the TV or something like that. Okay, that's the first thing. So there is no point into assign an IP for the VSAT, create a segment behind, and then connect different elements to the other side. It doesn't make any sense to assign an IP for every VSAT and get a plan of it in some computer or in some router to complicate our design. Okay? This is very difficult. Instead of that, the VSAT, it can operate as a bridge. So, the IP that you have here is not the IP of the VSAT, but the IP of the element that is connected to the VSAT. Okay? So if I connect to the VSAT a Wi-Fi router and I perform a NAT inside this router, I can connect on an internal set of IPs several devices to this element that it will exchange with the gateway all this information using this satellite. Here, so the IP that I will assign here will not be for the VSAT. Will be for the element that is connected into the other side. So if I connect a router here and I perform a ping, the effect will be that I will be pinging this element, not in here. Yeah, sure.
What about the gateway on
The gateway on the router. This is the IP of the router, and all the VSATs they are redirected to this IP internally. We are not anything. So, what do you mean? Gateway. The gateway here is 198.61.1. 198.92.168.11. This is the gateway for this internal network. Internally, the Wi-Fi router is mapping to this kind of public IP. It's doing a NAT. Clear? Okay, it's doing a NAT. It receives an IP, okay, from the other side, it receives an IP and it's used for the internals doing the map of the language. You define anything internally. Certainly, in the Wi-Fi, let's say this is the IP for the PC, this is the IP for the TV, and the default gateway here, of course, is 192.168. .1.1. Okay, this is your router configuration, your internal LAN.
It's gateway for access point network.
The access point network is doing a NAT to this kind of one IP. This is like your
One with the project gateway. One with the project gateway for the update stuff.
the one connection, the one. Yeah, no, exactly. That's the tricky part. I cannot understand how it's working below. Okay, but let me tell you this. Okay, if you remember, I told you some moments ago that the managed group takes the first IP of the second, right? Takes the first. So I don't know how Gilat implement that. Okay, I'll be honest because it's not coherent with the network theory. Okay, look, this IP is from the managed group. And this IP is reused for those elements here.
So one managed group is for one visa.
For all the visas.
For all the visa.
For all the visas. All the visas they are sharing or using the same IP. Because otherwise, I will have to define here a kind of a mask, and maybe I will be out of IPs if I'm using several visas into the other side. Let's see the configuration and check how it's working. Okay? Let's put the visa to clarify it. Look. So I will put the visa in host. Okay? The other features, they are present, but they do not have any special effect. I'm going here to the IP configuration. I select the next IP. Okay, the IP address. If you notice, there are no prefix here. No prefix. And it's taking the 2112 that I believe the VLAN, let's see, the VLAN 100. Yeah. You remember this definition that I made? I made some moments ago. Okay? It takes this IP, I will apply it. Okay. I'm not defined. It's not in use in any physical port. Okay, so I need to assign some VLAN to the physical port. Since I'm using different VLANs, okay, I will use here the VLAN 100. Right? Because the VLAN 100 is in use here. Apply. Actually, HTTPS not acceleration because it's not in use. Okay, who cares? Operation create. HTTP accelerator, it's in features. Support features. Disable. Apply. And okay. Okay, so let's see to the visas. Let's do a search. I want to see the IP of the visa. value search, and I have my visa that it has this IP. Not 2, right? Yeah, because the managed group is the number 1. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. In my diagram, it's taking the number 2. It's the number 1. Okay, it's the number 2 in the system. Let's duplicate the visa and let's see the effect here. Okay, so I go here, I duplicate it. Any terminal number, name, IP connectivity, features, we need to disable HTTP, yeah. IP connectivity, it's a post connection, we have 100, choose, no, it's the number 3, you're correct, okay, but it doesn't have any mask. Anyway, no, it's because it's assigning one single IP per element. So there's no need to define any mask. It's one single IP, every single visa that you use. Okay, let's do the search, and now they appear here. You see number 1, number 3. But actually, if you try to ping to these IP addresses, you will not get a response from the visa. You get a response.
Even for the existing system, I have the /27 and 29, and you.
Yeah, because they are defined as a router.
Oh.
As a router. When you get the router, that's what I'm saying. No, it doesn't have a mask because you are assigning just a single IP for the visa. Supposedly for the visa, but it's not the IP that you use for the visa. It's the IP that you use for the element that is behind the visa. Okay? So if I connect a router there on the other side, the router will not be the 1.4. Okay? I was confused on this. I was trying to say that if you connect a router here, it will be the number 3. This is the IP not for the visa. This is the IP of the router that is behind the visa. Okay? And it makes a NAT to the internal NAT, and then you connect all the elements behind. Okay? What's the problem on this way? You cannot trace the traffic for billing, for instance. But since you don't care, you simply want connectivity to this, fast traffic to this or that user, and all of them pay the same, no problem with this. Okay? Maybe there are some regulations that they can enforce you to keep a record of the traffic, no? If someone is doing something illegal and you cannot track this activity. But anyway, other case it will work. Okay, you are allocating one IP for one visa, and this is the IP not of the visa, but of the element that you connect to the visa. Okay, if nothing is connected to the visa and you try to ping there, okay, it will not respond. Only if you connect a computer or something else in the other side with this configuration, it will catch it. Okay? This okay? This is an IP address and an internal private IP address. And a mask. Okay? So what's the case here? In the VSAT will operate in this way. You assign an IP for the VSAT itself. Okay? Saying the VSAT is the 10.1.1.3. Okay? This is the VSAT. It has internally a NAT that you can map, let's say here, to the 192.168.1.1. Yeah. NMS, yeah, it's reserved. Why? Because it collides with the sky manage, right? So I can use 3. No, you see here, I put it 192.168.3.1. It's doing that. So what is the effect? What is the effect? Having mask 24. What can I connect here? I can connect here a switch or an access point, and all the computers there, they will get an IP in the style of 192.168.3.2.6.7 according to the mask, according to the segment that I define. It's performing the NAT internally, so you are using part of the capacity of the routing capacity that those VSAT have, okay, to do the translation internally for the network. Okay, you are also saving money because a switch or an access point is cheaper than the so-called router. Okay, so it will be most effective, but the purpose is the same. You are doing that so you do not know what is happening in the other side. Besides, in this case, you are assigning an IP for the VSAT itself to maybe perform some remote management. Okay, maybe sending some SNMP command to check the health of the VSAT or anything else, or entering remotely into the skyManage interface, something like that. Okay, this is the NAT scheme. But again, host and NAT, if you notice, they are mostly referred or in use for internet at home, the most simplest basic mode. Okay, so several things that you will see here related to networking, they are practically not enabled, or simply they are not affecting the operation. Because acceleration, for instance, will not work, no? Because you are not passing telephony traffic towards the VSAT. So it's there, but it's not working. So the way that we configure the VSATs most of the time is actually as a router. When you configure the VSAT as a router, the VSAT as a router means that you can create internally multiple virtual routers. Okay? Depending on the model, most of the VSATs, they support up to 8 virtual routers. Every single virtual router here represents a different VLAN. Okay? Let's say the VLAN 58, let's say the VLAN 64, and it's time to make a tribute to the VLAN 72. I remember we also are operators there in Peru. Okay, decide to pass some traffic for test to some customer, and we need a VLAN. So I said, let's use the VLAN 72. Because 72, any number. Then we need to pass it through some switch, some router, and the VLAN 72 start appearing all the network as a virus. Here, there, over there, without any planning. I don't know what is the miracle behind, because it worked. I mean, we entering into some router, that we are the VLAN, we connect it, we change the connection, we change the port, we connect this and that. And after a lot of installations, a lot of modification, the network supported it, and no one noticed this disaster that we create. So we always joke internally, say, we got a new project. Okay, put it in the VLAN 72. We need to solve this problem. Use the VLAN 72. So that was the miracle VLAN that we have into the office, the VLAN 72. Anyway, you create in this case multiple virtual router instances inside the visa. Those instances, they got their counterpart in the hub into the DPS. And then here you will need to define the segment, the mask, and all the features as usual when you are dealing with a router. Okay, so you can create, you use the full capacities that the visa has. So in this case, for instance, you create different VLANs. You can create static routes, right? You can define if the visa will be a DHCP server, or maybe a relay, or maybe you need to assign manually the addresses. You can create different segments, anything that you need according to the visa capabilities. In the other side, using it as a router. Okay, that is the common case for most of the applications, mostly or basically for enterprise. Here.
I mean, the t-shirt can block the code, like code the Facebook, YouTube cannot.
Yeah, the visa can cut well as this server works. Okay, it's making the classification at port level. Okay, number of port, TOS, this kind of selection by IP. But there are some protocols that they use a signature, okay, that is not easy to detect, and they are not linked specifically with some port number, okay, as YouTube, Facebook, no, because they find a way to escape that. Okay, so in this case, you need something special, a kind of firewall in the other side, to block the traffic. No, since this is something that you consume, it's easy because it's something that passes to the forward. So you can concentrate the filter into the hub side. But in general, you can block, for instance, Microsoft updates. Okay, the computers, no, the Windows start to make, because the Microsoft use a specific port for do that, and it's fixed. But blocking something like Facebook or Messenger or YouTube is kind of difficult, because they select one port that is working. I don't know what they are doing. They pass the traffic coded in some way that there are some firewalls that they can distinguish this behavior, and they can identify and block this traffic. Otherwise, the visa doesn't have this capacity. Okay, but it's easy to do from the hub side using another solution. Okay, it's not the main process. The visa can do or can perform as the deep server allows. Okay, it doesn't have too much capability. So select by signature, select by protocol number maybe or something like that is too advanced for the visa capabilities. So no, it's not possible. And besides, there are some occasions where you are not exactly doing, you are not exactly cutting the traffic. Okay, there are some cases. I will explain you one case. No, you got a rural operator. Okay, so technically, you are neutral. Technically, because it's responsibility on the user side that they consume, right? But being logical, if you put no filter into your network, the users will do all the things that are wrong, no, simultaneously. Say, for instance, all the people will try to go to YouTube, okay, but you cannot block YouTube. So in such case, for instance, what you need to do is to take YouTube traffic and block HD YouTube traffic. So there are some firewalls that they can recognize by resolution the traffic, saying no HD. Okay, standard definition. And also not block it, standard resolution, but limit the standard resolution. Maybe if you got 10 megabits in your network, put up to 2 megabits per second. So if the network is congested, YouTube will go up to 2 megabits per second, so the people in the other side will start to see everything in pulses and terrible, in standard only, no possibility to download in HD, but still having YouTube. Okay, so technically you provide YouTube. No, but in real life you are actually filtering there. Okay, if there are no occupations in the network, maybe one can see YouTube, but only in HD. Sorry, in SD. Why not HD? No, it's a satellite, you know, but in real life it's that I'm not allowed with that, right? Because it's wasteful. Okay, so, but this is a kind of advanced feature that you need with a different kind of element outside of the system. Basically, the system has basic capabilities. Okay, it's not the solution for everything, but for this kind of applications, of course, it is something that is more specialized or maybe powerful. But it's not. In general, those applications, as the streaming, for instance, Netflix, no, they are kind of sneaky, no, protocols. No, they are not so easy to detect as FTP or SNMP, no, that they work in the old way. No? Instead of that, you need something special, a firewall solution that is outside this one. Okay, well, I think it's a good time to make the pause, right?
Yeah.
15 minutes. No, you say 15 or 20 minutes. How much? Don't laugh, please. I believe you want 3 hours. 3 hours. No, how much is enough for you? 20? 20 minutes? Okay, let's take 20 minutes. We will continue then. Okay, time to pray.
Iya.
I'm there. Why? Is there any place close to them? Yes.
If you find the Xiaomi store,
No, I entered there into the mall.
you
Yeah, no, I explored. What's the first thing that I did? I went to where home and I went to the Xiaomi.
Xiaomi store.
I really because of the people going back there. No, as a person. They do not have stock.
Yang itu kalau pribadi yang dari VPN itu saya ini balik ke sebenarnya biasanya orang harus ke memory stop dulu jadi harus satu dan itu cuma satu user ini cuma satu user kecuali kalau mau pakai ini base dan sana IP fisik lain di sana ada
yang video ngapain soal
siapa lagi
Aku coba di Singapura. Ini layar ini. Ada ininya ini saset yang gede. Ini saset kecil.
akses or
You can decide it, either access or either trunk. It's where when you're using the router mode, you will go to the physical mode, you enter it into the configuration, and you can use, for instance, access or trunk. You use trunk, of course. If it's one single VLAN, the traffic will go out and be tagged, not with the tag 100. If you select access, it will go outside and tag, exactly. And if you put 2 VLANs or 3 VLANs over the same port, of course necessarily in trunk mode, everyone will go out and ingress using the tag. No? That is, you need in the other side some kind of switch or some NIC card that has several sub-interfaces that they do the conversion. Yeah, but it's, this is something that will work and make sense only for the router mode, and you can find it for the interfaces. It's totally possible. And you always have to assign a VLAN to the physical ports. Okay, you cannot left one VLAN defined in the router, but not being in use in the ports. All the ports must be occupied, and all the VLANs should be assigned at least at one port.
how many physical parts? How many physical parts?
It depends on the model. It depends on the model. If it's a Capricorn 4, for instance, has 4 ports. If it's a Gemini, it should, in some case, unless it's a Gemini 4, it should use one port. Okay, so depending on the hardware model, some of them include some small switch for 4 ports, others they are working with 1 port.
Bisa tanya guru sih, tanya oh jadi tapi ya.
Pertanyaannya apa?
Dibaca apa yang dia ada? Ada soalnya di sini itu nyantai kealaman dan demo bisa dilibatkan.
kasih tahu dosennya itu biar saya
now? Well, so in the router mode, you can explore all the capacities that the VSAT has, okay, as a router. So basically, you can define multiple virtual routers of it. In this case, you need to define IP segments, masks, routes, static routes like what else? DHCP server, everything that you need from the VSAT as a router. Okay. After you do this configuration, you need to associate with the physical port of the VSAT. Depending on the model, it can have, let's say, one Ethernet port or multiple Ethernet ports, right? So, if there are several VLANs over the port, you must define it as a trunk. Okay, if you are using only one VLAN per port, you can use either access or trunk, with or without the tag. But the important thing is that you will never have any virtual router without being associated with one physical port. This is something that the configuration is not allowing you to do. Okay, so you will go to the last part, that is the physical ports. You put the port as enable, disable, because it's also possible. You can selectively disable the port remotely from the mode or access mode. If it's in trunk, for instance, here, I can add another VLAN, let's say the VLAN 24. But since this is not added in the IP configuration for this VSAT, it will not be inside this configuration. Okay, anyway, let's leave as this, and that's it. No? The prefix, no? For instance, here it wants the prefix 24, no, 30. Okay, it's a DHCP server. If you omit or left one empty parameter, you can click here, okay, and you will get the operation. Okay? In this case, for instance, I try to create a second VLAN. Since it's not in use, I will delete that from here. Okay, this is solved. This is solved. Now I can do the apply. Forget to delete. No. Why? VLAN ID. All VLANs too. But no. No VLAN here. Support VLANs. Delete. Apply. Okay. Warning. Illegal IP. View the mask. Okay, let's go here. Okay, now according to the segment, it's sending me the calculates the next IP that I can use, and it's solved. Okay, VAX parameters is if you remember, their RFID process. Okay, you can select if you want to follow the rules for the RFID. If you remember, this is relevant only if you have the VAX in the system. If not, it doesn't have any effect. Okay, attenuation. See over no, attenuation margin, radio parameters for the VAX. No sense to put anything here. Dynamic routes, if you need to add them, it exists only in the router mode. If you put the IP connectivity router, static routes, also the same. Other features, no. HTTP acceleration depends. Encryption, TCP, they depend on a license. Customer information, a label that you will use for search, basically. T1DB search, if you remember, from error cluster or saying that you will define the parameters just for this specific xHub or from Aircluster using this. Okay, you can define the initial backup for the back if you got a high power back in your system. Maximum excess power discovery and output power discovery both by gain compression, by maximum power limit or power auto sensing. Okay, they are related to the technologies. Maximum excess power discovery, it's in use for phase array antennas. Okay, and output power discovery mode. Okay, for gain compression or maximum power limit or maximum power auto sensing. It depends on the kind of book that you use. Okay, if you know gain compression, if you remember, we said at the beginning that the power loop traditionally operates in this way. Right? It's kind of straight here. It starts to curve here, and it arrives to a maximum that is the saturation. This is the linear zone. And supposedly it works in this way, right? And here, 1 dB, and this is the compression point. That is P1 dB. No? And what's the problem with this? Nowadays, you start to see a lot of products, no, including this new material, right? Nitrato de gallium nitrate, right? What is the feature of this thing, or this new material? Do you know? For instance, this is 120 watts small charger. Okay, it has a high efficiency, right? Okay, so it doesn't get hot or too much hot, passing a lot of frequency. Sorry, a lot of power. Okay, what is the problem with this new generation of electronic materials? They are non-linear. Okay, so it has high efficiency, but it doesn't have linearity. It doesn't offer linearity. So it's the same material that is now in use for the new generation of books. So there are some books that they will operate in high efficiency and not doing this, because in the system we detect the change when we see linearity or non-linearity. But nowadays, a GAN book has a curve like this, non-linear all the time. So in this case, what we are trying to explore is not increasing, because increasing will not be always linear. So all the time it apparently will be in the compression zone. Instead of that, what we look for where you are defining a thresholds, okay, for instance, for the drop, if the backward tunnel is dropping, no, you can enable or disable here, and you can add your alarm and the threshold value that you want to add. Okay, so it's possible to define alarms that they are not necessarily part of the configuration. So if some event occurs here, it will appear as part of the alarms that the VSAT is reporting here into the troubleshoot design. Okay, so you can customize, you can accept some alarms if you want, mostly related to the backhauling traffic here in this part. And that's it. That's the whole VSAT configuration. Save changes. I forgot something here. Apply. That's it. Okay, so my VSAT now is created. Okay, and it will appear in this color as of now, since I didn't put the VSAT online. Right? The system never saw this. So what is the next part? I need to go to the other side, the VSAT, and start the installation. Okay, so this is what we call the professional installation. So the first thing that you have to do is to mount the VSAT, mount the antenna, point to the satellite more or less, okay, reset everything, and then connect the VSAT, right? When you connect a VSAT for the very, very first time, and you connect your computer, if your computer is in DHCP, it automatically will open the browser and you will enter into the skyEdge. If not, you open manually your browser, put anything, Google, Yahoo, or whatever, try to navigate, and it will redirect you to the NMS. skyEdge. So if not, put the 192.168.1.1 address, and it will open this. And if not, sky.manage again. Okay? Is for the VSAT that has been never configured, or if the VSAT it's the factory status. Okay? Meaning after a reset. So the first thing that you will see is this result. It's asking you for two parameters, location code and RF cluster code. I know you know that. Location code, I will use one location code according to my configuration if I am using the VAPs. This information is basically what are the thresholds for the RF audit evaluation, right? Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense to include any information or to deal with that. I will use the 000M parameter that is the default, and the system and the VSAT will ignore that information and will come online. RF cluster code. The RF cluster code, I remember, it's in use if I am trying to do the do-it-yourself installation. Otherwise, I have to put just the parameter to comply with the configuration. But in the next part, if I'm performing the professional installation, I have to put manually the values. Right? Next, and you will find this image. Sorry, this screen. Okay. Here, you can import the configuration, saying you can so you browse here for the file, press go, and the configuration will be uploaded to this list. So you can duplicate configurations. Everything except the terminal ID. It's the only element that will not appear. If you remember, it's also possible to try to update manually their update. Okay, in case things change or maybe the VSAT cannot. It's coming, for instance, from a different network. No? You get a VSAT in the black market business, and then you put into your system. But it has a different RF table, so it will not come online. Okay? You copy the RF table, put it on the VSAT. Okay? It's a possibility, no? Sometimes some companies are cannibalizing equipment from other companies or merging, or simply you change the project, you do not have enough time to configure or reconfigure the VSAT, so you got you need manually to upload their cluster table. Okay? The list of parameters. Manage group, you need to know what is the manage group where you are installing this visa. The terminal ID, this is information that is unique for the visa. Dynamic frequency is the central frequency of the forward, outward, right? Symbol rate, this information you will find into the network segment forwarding, you remember, and you will find there the frequency and the symbol rate. Okay? This is the information that you will share with your installers. Book an LMB local oscillator. This data is in the label on the equipment, right? On the antenna. So you copy this information or select here from the block list and you get it here. RF cluster group, okay? It's the RF cluster ID. Again, you go to the NMS, you check the RF cluster ID and you copy this information here. Okay? It's an index. 10 megahertz book reference. It's on, it's off. It depends. Normally, since we are using cheap equipment, the book it doesn't have its internal local reference. So we activate that so the VSAT will propagate the signal using the coax cable towards the book. Audio pointing, it could be on, off. In our case, it doesn't make anything. It doesn't matter. Okay? But there are some equipment. I commented you the Scorpio terminal. You remember? A VSAT that it can be mounted just in the feeder and using POE. Okay? There are also some transceivers in Ka band that they can generate some tones. So when you are pointing to the VSAT, they are changing its frequency, its audible tone. So you can use the sound to point the antenna. No? So it beeps, beep, 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 and you are pointing to the antenna. When it's optimized, no, it's a continuous one, beep all the time. So you can activate or deactivate using this code. But it's relevant only if you got the booster inside the equipment. No? But it's mostly for K8 and it's the do-it-yourself installation case also. Okay? Operational mode, low flag, high flag, remember from yesterday's explanation. Okay? Low flag in this case is because we are not using the satellite. Right? You can put the configuration from a file. You can upload the RF cluster table. But anyway, when you pass this screen, you go to this point. This point. In this point, at this point, you need to start the alignment. So you press here and you start to move the antenna. Okay. The most funny part of the installation, right? Up to the moment when you receive some signal and you optimize it up to a certain level. This is according to the budget, this is according to your engineering team recommendation. Finish pointing means that you get the maximum, you secure the antenna, and then you go to this step. Then the modem starts to download its software, start to download the inbound plan, and after some moments, it will come online. Okay? If there is no error on it, it will pass automatically to this step. If there is something wrong, it will go in timeout, or maybe it will inform you about any special condition that we will analyze during the troubleshooting. After that, this is the status of the VSAT. It will show you here the activity on the LEDs and the receive level, that is the S node in the forward, and the transmit capability. This is the maximum value that it catches, and this is the actual value of the margin. Okay? That's it. If you go to the information, you will find this information from the VSAT. Okay? It reminds me something. Okay, a good lesson about corruption. There was a government company. Okay? And you know, when it's government, they simply get their money and they do not ask about anything. And they got a laboratory. So they exchange cards from one visa that was they decided to get two pickup trucks, hire 12 people. And the mission of that people supposedly was to visit the remote sites just to take note of the proper information from the visit. I arrived there and I asked them why, if you can collect it remotely from the NMS. You go to the NMS, you go to the statistics, and you get exactly the information that is related to the board, regardless what you have in the label, or maybe that you are looking at the sky manager. You can do it manually. You can do it, automatically and remotely. You do not need to card 12 people, get 2 cards, and send them to the field for a month. What was the answer?
Verification.
Yeah. They get the card, they get the people, they got the job, they got something to do. Okay, okay. But anyway, this information is the exact thing that you will see also into the NMS. Okay? This is information also that is useful for the installer. If you want to go, you can go check on the diagnostics. You go to this tab, and if you press the run test, the service will be interrupted, but there is a perform some tests basically for connectivity. Okay? Checking if the DNS. It can also, if you check this this box, it can also perform some speed tests. But the speed test will work only if you got the CP server test located in the house, something that I mentioned before. If it doesn't exist, it will show 0 for you. Okay, so anyway, you can perform the test here.
But the test can include the diagnosis on the missing good condition of night.
Exactly. It will show you, for instance, if you define some DNS and the DNS is operating, it will show you if it can ping the DNS and if it is operating well. Okay?
Because sometimes when we do installation, we don't know if the is in a good condition or not.
The self-test, some kind of internal alarm. Well, it depends on the mode. Well, you can get the crash report also from the visa and send it to gilat to analyze it. No, maybe there are something that it's some errors there. But in general, it's very difficult to make the diagnostic. Just the telemetries. Okay. But anyway, the installation log. It's also some information that you can get here locally in the visa or grab from the NMS. And the technician, if you need to reconfigure the visa, if you remember, password by default is 2598, right? So you use this number and you enter it into the configuration. You see some telemetry here, and if the visa is online, you can export using this blue button the configuration to a file. Okay, if the visa is not online, there is no point in copying its configuration anymore, right? Okay, the parameters, the list of parameters is here, so you can also copy this information to another visa to make installation. It's also another trick. Of course, you will not duplicate the terminal ID. The rest of things should be the same for a visa that is coming online in the same network set. That's it. Status of the visa, of the LEDs. It's on, it passed the post. If this is blinking, right? You remember it's getting the DVDS to X carrier and it's downloading its software. When it gets fully on, That means that it's getting the NCR, so we say it's synchronized, and then it tries to transmit to the hub, starts to blink, using a CSC to make the authentication. If the visa is approved, it gets solid on, and then you got the connection. That's it. That's the logic there. Okay? It's very simple. Let's see. Do you got the remote access for your computer? No? Yeah, no? No. If not, we can try on the lab.
Diagnostic, there is speed test to the hub or to other server.
It's for a server that is located in the hub. But it must be installed there.
From remote to the hub.
From the remote to the hub, exactly. So it's measuring the satellite link performance. It's not outside the system, okay? Because you have to test in both instances. Maybe you are the bit rate that you have for this moment. Okay, but this is a system that is implemented by gilat. It's not so common because most of the operators they put their FTP server on the hub. They connect internally. They perform their tests, or maybe they use a different tool. No, same thing as a GPR or something similar, right? For the internet service, you can split test, no? Those tests that they are common, and they can also help you on the diagnostic. Okay, so let's go to the DSAT. Let's go to this PC. we got the configuration of this VSAT. Manage group 10, VSAT ID 1. We do their install CPE. When we are doing for install, it simply disconnect the VSAT and clean the parameters of the connection. Okay. There is also the possibility at the first, after this point, at the first screen, to factory reset the VSAT, saying cleaning fully all the parameters, because the VSAT normally stores the data from the past, from the last installation. Okay. So let's wait for it. If not, update. In this case, it will not respond because it's in this position, in this IP. Responding now. Let's try. Okay. 00M, RF cluster by default. Next is the manage group 10. It's the VSAT number 1. And we know all the parameters, they are coming from the past installation, so basically the VSAT will come online without any problem. We will go to the next step. And then at this point, we can start the alignment. Since the VSAT is remotely and the antenna supposedly is fixed now, it's getting the ESNO, no? The maximum ESNO, the last ESNO that we have there. Okay, if not, on real life conditions, someone will be moving the antenna, aligning everything, right? Finishing pointing, and that's it. Forward channel acquisition, okay? It's getting locked into the outbound. It will take some time. At this moment, we will see that the VSAT is blinking, okay? Then the second LED is blinking. Okay, return channel acquisition is getting the TF key. It will continue, and then the sky.manage. You see the new IP address because it's getting its IP now from the configuration that it has from the hub. Okay, I can use either 192, 168, and so on. If I do not know the interface, I can use also skyManage, sky.manage. Right? It's finished. The VSAT is online. And that's it. This is the status of the LEDs and the VSAT is coming on.
Something.
Yeah.
In this installation at the model,
I didn't see direct audit in the free of step.
Exactly.
Exactly. Is this direct audit
Disabled here.
not disabled?
Exactly.
If it's enabled, will be show up the direct audit.
Okay, let's go to the NMS. Here, let's go to the configuration of the first visa. Configuration, settings, apps parameters. For this visa, no, I will do the antenna alignment. Okay, so I will apply, and let's see the effect. So let's reinstall the visa. Technician, go to technician, password 25, 98, go to reinstall CPE, let's wait for the manage server to come online. Okay, there. Default values, then next, start, image, and wait for the last step. Okay. what will be the effect? There will be a bar here appearing as a limit, and another bar here as a limit. Let's say if I need 15 dBs for the S node, the bar will appear here in 15. If I need 22 for the copper, it will appear here. And the actual value will appear if it's below the limit in red, if it's over the limit in green, and if both of them are active, I mean in green color, I will see below the possibility to finish the installation. If not, it will not progress. In this case, you are looking just at the forward and the return values. That is the couple, sorry, the forward and the couple. Why? Because the VAPs, it exists in two flavors, in two modes. The embedded VAPs, that is the possibility of the system to test directly the yes, no, and the couple, that means what is the expected level of the signal that you will have into the return. That is something that the system can do by itself without any special equipment. Okay? And the external VAPs, that is including on the spectrum analyzer, that it can detect the cross pole, check the isolation, and give you in the feedback more parameters. Okay? So in this case, we are using the simplest version of the VAPs. And it's also not implemented in the lab. But anyway, you see the effect. No, if you pass those parameters, then you can press here the finish installation. In this case, no, if we do not have any problem, what will be the idea? Go to the antenna, move the feeder, get the maximum values up to the moment when you see the finished installation. But of course, whenever you have the VAPs configured and active, in this case it's not possible. So I have to go to the RMS, remove this condition of using the RFOD. Okay, if I select the RFOD, not the antenna alignment, since the VSAT will pass, because it's very well aligned, will pass this step, you will see progressing automatically showing you the success. No, for it will be kind of transparent. But if the antenna will be not well aligned, okay, it will show a message without the, I can simulate it for tomorrow. Okay? So that's it. Questions? No questions?
We can use filter in the return.
In the return?
Return classification, like for the filter. It is for side by side, or we can use the return classification in the management.
No, the return classifier profile, it will be applied per management. So all the visas that they are using this profile from each management will take this behavior.
So it can be configured one by one.
No, there's no need to do that. Maybe you can create a particular profile for a singular visa. It's a possibility. Okay? Or add more rules that they will be activated only for this visa. Say in your classifier you could add some lines that they depend on the visa IP, for instance. So those lines will be applied only for this visa. The rest of the rules, they will be general and they will be applied for other visas. That they will not comply this rule. Okay, there are two possibilities: create profiles or create a simple profile that it includes.
Different group can the certificate by mapped by group.
What do you mean, filtering to the maps?
Yes, it has the two groups.
You go to the LMS, you go to, no, it doesn't have anything to do with the, you mean go here to the bitmap view?
Yes, because if you have two management groups, can the map can base the like
Separate, yeah, as you see here. If I prepare a second managed group,
okay.
and I put a
We have
different
the other map.
you got another, no,
It's,
it's a filter.
each group has their own map.
Maybe there is two different group, right? And each group consists of some size. Can we filter? So if we select this group, you only see the standard.
Sure. If I add another managed group, a visas inside, okay, the visas will start appearing here. And if I at this instance, I will see the visas in all the managed groups. If I go to this managed group, I will see the visas only in this managed group. That's it. And you will see here the visa I created some moments ago, with the wrong coordinates. It's appearing there in Africa. You see? It's unknown. So if you want, we can create manage group, LCD group, manage groups, duplicate, I need the IP addresses, DNS. I'm putting anything, okay? It doesn't make any sense. DNS server here. Just for a demo, okay? Apply, okay. I will go. Okay, it's an overlap. Wow. Then check off. Anyway, we can simulate it for the IP segment, right? Let's go 100.2, 10.1, 0.4, 1 for the visas. Why? C2Es, applicable bills. Let's start with this. It's not configured in the management. Segments, IP connectivity, sorry. Yeah. Four. Here. Here. I can create a new visa. Now let's say I need to apply some profiles. Okay, so I have to go to profile. Sign up profile. Select. Now instead of creating that for later on, what I can do is check here profiles. And I will assign it to assign profile, SLA, application and classification, and return classifier. Okay, apply. Yes. Go here. Table view. New visa. Copy form. Physical port. The VLAN 100. General. Number of licenses. License in use. What is the license in use? Now duration is not in use. So we choose disable, apply. Now it's working. Okay, I got my visa. I go to map view and I see my only visa that is appearing here. Okay. I have my visas that they are here and I saw all the visas. Okay. More questions? Someone will have to clean the next alternative, so I will not recommend you to change too much. Okay, so is everything okay? Okay, well, okay. Now, if it's not the case, I will finish for today. So thank you very much. We continue tomorrow. We will do the NMS and total control, and then we will finish the course. Okay. Tomorrow I will get credentials for you to go to the lab to practice by yourself. But I don't know if it's possible to change the internet connection because I've noticed it's not so stable. Do you know if we can do something for that? Or maybe we can use our cell phones to connect remotely during the practice. Okay? Let me see what we can do, but that's all for today. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
See you tomorrow.